We've got to make a couple more spots available. That is for our survival stage teams, joining some of the best teams in the world.
Red Force!
그룹 스테이지에서 충분히 몸을 풀었고 이제 우리가 살아남기 위해 어떻게 하는지 모두에게 보여주겠습니다.
Não tem mais chances de errar. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor no Survival Stage para passar para a final.
Go team!
Biz guruh bu etapda ko'rsatdik nimaga qodirligimizni. 2 marta topib olib, Survival Stage'da ham harakat qilamiz finalga chiqib.
พวกเรารู้ดีครับว่ามีอะไรเป็นเดิมพันถ้าพวกเราอยากจะเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลพวกเราจะต้องทำตอนนี้ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
It is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC.
Na repescagem ficaram muitos times fortes. Adversários, quero desejar boa sorte. Se eles estão aqui é porque merecem, igual que a gente. E é isso.
저희를 교전으로 상대했을 때 긴장하셔야 될 겁니다.
Let's find out who has what it takes.
You know what, talking about the group of death, is it group A, is it group B? I think it's the survival stage because, oh my goodness, that is a stacked as hell.
Welcome to the survival stage. We are getting straight on into it. 10 teams have already booked their tickets directly. Those grand finals, we need to find 6 more. Where are we going to do that, Jackie?
Over the course of the next 2 days, John, we're going to start to whittle down the list, see who's able to, of course, keep themselves fighting, make it through to our finals, and who does go home. Like we said on the stage, right, no more safety nets, no more backup plans. You either do it or you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no chance beyond this one, and there's plenty of teams looking to try and resurge, get a little bit more momentum back from those group stages where they were pushed back down behind that bubble. I mean, E-Arena coming on such a opener, really petering off over the course of their games, as well as defending champions. Yangon Galacticos still not quite finding their feet within the lobby. Maybe things will change without the presence of those teams at the top, and they could have a chance to get a back-to-back PMWC title, because of course from their previous one they have their champion Ancient Charm set. Make sure that you guys are joining in with the PMWC event in game and redeem your perk vouchers so that you can get that Ancient Charm set and have a great time looking that good.
Yeah, it is a beautiful outfit to have as well. It looked amazing in person when we saw them come out a couple of days ago back during the start of the group stage. Right, we're going to see them live in the flesh with the rendition of the outfit they had. Great cultural heritage into it, as well as storylines there with what they've achieved. But that's the fact, that's now in the past, right? Like you say, it's to do it again. It's going to be worst case scenario. You come back here, you slip into survival stage, yes, you still have a chance, but they want to push for finals at a bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of teams who are looking to do that. Alpha 7 probably the most notable of those names in and amongst it. They're the only team in the world, the only organization that has got the full repeat of titles, the PMGO, PMWC and PMGC. The fact that they went out so early in the PMGO earlier this year is pretty devastating. So hopefully Alpha 7 will be able to find one of those 6 spots, and we'll see those drums as well in the finals.
Yeah, you will. You'll be hearing it for the viewers at home, absolutely. Bring a lot of support behind them. We saw obviously the big game that they took back in their group stage to at least give themselves a nice influx of points to guarantee some stage not be down in the risk. Technically, they've done a good job. It's just been an easy run for the bottom. Luck on their side in terms of the games they've had played. They really had to fight tooth and nail to get in. Obviously, it's a matter of can they elevate that even further.
Yeah, keep on pushing, keep on going. Plenty of power from Brazil. Plenty of players looking to try and make their mark. All of those keys lined up around the crusher. You see the team logos sat upon them, right on the precipice of getting crushed, going into the fated jaws of demise. Can't dance your way out of that one.
You can't. It would have to be an unreal samba to avoid the crusher. Barney would catch you either way. Engines revving and slip into this one. Is he opening it up? I suppose it's a matter of what kind of play I think we're going to get out of it. Constantly go into Rondo. See if they can just bully the lobby early.
Well, we saw that happen before, and it wasn't quite enough, right? Obviously, the E-Arena chicken dinner being so massive, you do need to keep going beyond it. Sure, you can get these early hot drop scenarios, and I'm expecting most teams will do, be jumping straight in onto Neox Factory and trying to get stuck in and amongst it, grab as many points early as you can with those recall towers in action for Rondo exclusively on our esports rotation. But I'm also interested in who's going to be able to secure some of the ground around this one, because I feel like, you know, top 6 is maybe not as difficult as it has been in those group stages, right? When you remove the top 10 teams from the lobby, it opens up a lot of opportunity for teams that were maybe suppressed by the presence of those truly really strong and on form teams, because there are obviously strong teams that weren't on form, that didn't make it. But there's no longer that suppressive force. It's not as constricted. So hopefully we'll see teams start to find their feet, start to be able to breathe, get some life back into the blood.
ठीक है भाई, हम हो चुके हैं, इसका जो है वो हमने ठीक है मैच जो है वो प्लान जो है वो एक साइड से जाके एंड में एक होता है तीन लोग गार्डन में, तीन लोग गार्डन की एंड होता है ये मैप, तो लेट्स सी.
But for the others that remain, this is your chance to get back into it. We've got the playing path on screen now. We'll see what our circle's looking like and begin to dissect this one.
Yeah, Yulin will be the hot drop target with the playing path out on the west side instead of Neox Factory. It's a little bit too far afield to really get stuck in. So,
ULF or ULF your both team
got that outpost
arena की fight
looking like they're not going to have
arena मतलब इधर struggle कर रही है. All gamer जो fight ले रही है, Alpha gamer ULF की fight को arena जो है वो कर रही है proper. वो arena जो है ना वो फिर से जैसे पहले खेला था इन्होंने उसके अंदर रोंडो के अंदर वैसा ही खेल रहे हैं. और अब देखते हैं कि बाद में ये अब कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते हैं, ये देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि पहले दिन तो इनका पहला राउंड ऐसा ही किया था बहुत अच्छा. उसके बाद इन्होंने हक का पूरा 11 मैच बकवास ही खेला.
Maples swift with the SMG up close. Schweppes trying to tuck in and get himself top back up on the old HP as well. Maples got the one nade, John.
He pulled the pin earlier, and that was what prompted the push forwards. Joker unlikely to be getting back up here, swaps out for a sniper in close range. I mean, sniper's as good as a shotgun if you hit the shot, but will he be able to do it? Running low on ammo, desperately searching for these weapons now. Still, just the smoke here, and I think this fight might be isolated. Both teams will be able to get these recalls, remember. These points are starting to come through thick and fast. It looks like Yangon Galacticos have got 3, Goat with 3, Maple with a shotgun now is back on with the fight.
Maple baiting it on the pre-fire towards the window. Schweppes with a lean in. Quick opportunity to stim whilst the rest of the lobby are scrapping amongst each other. Rapid looting from Schweppes, needs the ammunition to fight with. They get visual on one another. Maple's going to be swung to the left right now. He's been poising himself nicely, but the angle's not going to work, and Schweppes will get it done.
Hey, Schweppes is the only player in this tournament with a chance to get a
इधर फाइट आ गई, दूसरी टीम भी आ गई, तो आंबा आ गई. आंबा वर्सेस E-Arena की फाइट होगी यहाँ.
If he can bring E-Arena to the forefront, because they are up on 3 eliminations.
क्या E-Arena के जो है क्या वो 1v2 कर पाएंगे? बिल्कुल भी नहीं. आंबा के जो टीम है वो एक प्रॉपर तरीके से. और यहाँ जो है वो टीम वॉल भी स्पोर्ट भी आ चुकी है करीब में. ठीक है, ठीक है ULF और गोल्ड की आपस में फाइट हो चुकी है
drop. That was up against KRX, I believe, and they did great work on that, finding themselves the 3 elims and leaving it down to 1 player to attempt to recover them.
और ULF के जो प्लेयर हैं वो
usually in our regular rotation, it feels like they're super good at playing it slow.
और यहाँ गोल्ड
rotates around the outrages. Rondo, they love a scrap. They've got the talent for it. We see one knock here onto Fuchs.
और ULF के हैं वो किलर जो है वो ULF के प्लेयर और क्या ये मार पाएंगे बहुत बड़ी गलती थी स्कारवेस की तरफ से लेकिन ये फिर भी बच गया
on the spot as well for all.
भाई बहुत बड़ी गलती
have Kelsey off in the distance, so would be fine, well not fine, but it would be okay if Scarface had gone down in that scenario, but to hold his nerve is
अगर यहाँ नेड़ कराया गया
get a couple more points. Look for the confirm onto Fuchs, man, but it's not going to work, not on the first peak. Killer Joe has to hit the back, but without a helmet those headshots are going to ring mightily in the ears if they're able to land. Dropping the smoke, keeping the power, has still got another smoke behind him, some more meds, but it's not going to matter. Puts him down. So Ulf recall further up to the north with the circle throwing out that way too. We're on board.
A7 coming in.
Alpha 7 क्वालीफाई कर पाएंगे पिछले साल के वर्ल्ड कप चैंपियन चैंपियन है वो इस मर्तबा क्या कर रहे हैं
Can't quite thread the needle with it. Milu wrapping over to assist. The squeeze out does get aggro. Good moves on the peak, but that was
straight past that window. In with the shotgun shells. Alpha 7 get dismantled by Milu. What a pull out for Tiamba, able to just swing past that entire fight. Alpha 7 do have that outpost and can go for the recall. Teams are starting to strip each other on these. Tiamba
पहले नंबर पे
टीम
जांबा
getting those 6 on board is a great start for them. Looking
और फ्यूरिया चौथे
into the mid game.
4 के साथ फिर
the circle is quite
आगे 3 टीमें 4 के साथ 3 फिर 2 फिर उसके बाद बाकी रेस्ट ऑफ द टीम
crossings are not as easy as on
टीम वोल्वी स्पोर्ट 0 के
लिए
और
क्या
टीम वोल्वी स्पोर्ट जो है वो अपने प्लेयर्स को दोबारा से रेव कर पाएगी रिकॉल कर पाएगी ये देखना पड़ेगा
Furia looking to get out of Yulin towards that north side. Geek have already sent out and that away from it as well. Goodness me, everyone is still alive, and that is very lucky, Jackie. That is incredibly lucky. And if you guys want to be lucky at home, you can hit that lucky spin. Make sure you're jumping into the game for your chance to draw that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. It's looking nice, it's looking shiny, it's looking fresh.
Is indeed. It's like a Barney Banks outfit.
I've seen him. He definitely would.
RRQ जो है वो भी 4 पॉइंट के साथ है
I bet we can.
Maybe would reinforce.
पर यहाँ 6 प्लेयर 6 टीमें जो है वो क्वालीफाई कर चुके हैं.
We'll see John.
We'll come to that one. नहीं चाहिए जेल 6 टीमें जो क्वालीफाई कर जाएंगी तो उसके बाद आगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
Good sort of approach to a few of the fights we saw. Maybe a little bit more paralysis by analysis in a few of the situations though, right? We want to be slightly more cutthroat. I suppose that is the name of the game for all the squads we've got in survival stage, but I think that resonates with them as well.
Yeah, for RRQ, I mean, they do have a standout performance in terms of hard, definitely on point when it comes to getting in those clutch situations, making it work, and to an extent, he's the reason why RRQ were able to get in towards these survival stages. But they do need to be more cohesive, more together and fluid in those fights. Hopefully, they can play off one another a little bit better here. Looks like, we might see an Elim that may well stick as Geek do have one of their players taken down, and Geek are all around Alpha 7 and E-Arena, so it could be a little bit difficult to get to one of those recall towers, even though they are still fairly available. I mean, you've got teams move in. I mean, we've got Yangon Galacticos, who we're on board with right now, moving past Meiran, with Goat Team on their west, and Al-Ula are quite far to their south. Ahead of them, though, it's the Wolves, who have managed to get up to Heme Town, up on that northeast side, fairly swiftly and without too much trouble.
Some replays here of the early fights. Obviously, Yangon getting a far better start. 3 elims there. Nice to see for the squad. Again, so much more pressure on your shoulders, right? It's all the added pedantry as well, having to come out bringing the trophy twice now. It feels like all the other squads you're playing against, all eyes on you. If you can't do your organisation justice, and for yourself as well, those memories of last year probably flashing before your eyes, John, when you're back at the hotel. You know they need to show up here in survival.
Next circle goes quite far west here. I mean, this is a good opportunity. crossings that I said can be a little bit more treacherous than on a lot of other maps when you have similar divides over water. So hopefully they can start to establish. Do they keep this 2-2 or do they regroup over towards a more centralized and coherent position? I feel like they still have a little bit of time to do that, so they may want to try and stay out in the open for a little bit, but within the next minute or so, they will need to regroup. Yangon Galacticos able to find a player from Kiwon DRX, and yeah, very nice pickup there. 4 elims now for Yangon, although they did lose SayCloud in the process, so a 1-for-1 trade. And as I said before, the recall towers are still open, but from this point on, it's going to get harder and harder to access them, Jackie, because the blue zone will start to cut off quite a lot of them, the rotates won't be there, and teams will be on top of them already.
Yeah, you lose that availability. Makes it far harder to weigh up the decision-making if it's worth attempting to go for it. So we'll see if that plays too much of a vital role for these squads as this one develops. Obviously, KRX had a bit of an unfortunate start off the drop as well. Went down to the 1 solo that was offset for the recall. That worked out to get them back up, but only 1 elim point to their name at this point. They are able to safely get SayCloud back into the action, though, on their wrap. So they're going to be all right with that. Is he going to be caught by the Wolves, though? Dropping back in right now, they're both going to have to advance, obviously, outside of blue. Not going to be doing too much damage right now, John. So maybe they can avoid each other.
I don't think that Wolves would commit to go for the player on the parachute. They should know that there is a team to their south. Sure, that would be an indicator that someone has just recalled there. But given that it was only 1 player dropping down, you're fairly certain that it's a full 3 squad already on the ground. Committing to that fight for Wolves in their position right now, I think is a little bit too much of a risk. And they weren't really in position to get the player on the way down already. But Yangon Galacticos have other ideas. They have just crossed swords and taken a knock over to the Wolves.
Yeah, I guess it goes both ways. Wolves didn't want to engage, but Yangon said, you know what, if you're here, we might as well try and get some points. Put some warning shots their way, don't necessarily need to commit onto the fight, just get a couple and get out, or hey, maybe actually just scrap the whole squad. Romeo's back in for more.
Yeah, they were able to find that flush, and they're immediately across the bridges around Muhopan on that north side, and potentially looking to guard the Wolves out here and stop them from getting to a recall tower closer to the zone. It will start to hurt a little bit too much for the Wolves' liking if they don't get through quickly, and the northern pair for Yangon Galacticos is going to send out and maybe look to control that recall tower on the north side.
This is nice, actually, with how they've been playing it. SayCloud was able to safely get himself a vehicle as well, join the rest of the squad. You can see where they're repositioning to right now. Like you say, be in a good position to swarm effectively all angles towards that recall. If Wolves come up to it, they could catch them.
Okay, the circle's on the north side as well, so pretty important to get a position up on that north edge. As I said before, Irina now in a very commanding position, and maybe Rondo's their map, who knows. They haven't managed to get a huge number of elims early on, but then again, they didn't when they were in their stadium chicken dinner either. They have already got 4 as well, which, as I said, not huge, but still pretty significant. Ryan, having that recall tower in and available for the next about 4 minutes or so is also going to be quite important for the teams on the north side, as Yangon Galacticos trying to corral the Wolves against them. But the north side is going to get more and more packed, so Yangon Galacticos taking a bit of a risk here to try and make that fight work, to try and hold this one out. They are losing time, losing tempo to get towards the zone.
Yeah, investing a lot into this now. At a certain point, it becomes a matter of cutting your losses. In the downtime amongst that conversation as well, we saw Alpha 7 actually go down to a duo. Thankfully, they've got one of their players back up. The other not so lucky yet. That was this encounter versus Nonshin Red Force. A side that's surprisingly powerful when they're feeling confident. Ravo out of the running already, John. Shot at the back of the vehicle on the exit. Not ideal.
No, and it's very difficult now to get to a recall tower. There is one to their northwest. They might try and break for it, but Nongshim, I think, have read into that and have moved 2 of their players out towards it as well. For Alpha 7, it feels like a 3-play on. And I don't think they're going to be able to go for it. Ulf have got 2 of their players right behind this ridgeline as well. The backstop 2 for Ulf, Ketch and Kalsi, have yet to cross by Stadium, but it seems like with Nongshim Red Force on the move, they can just get gone. Wolves do manage to move all the way over on the north side of Yangon Galacticos. And Goat Team are now going to bear the brunt of the aggression from the defending champions.
Yeah, didn't expect this one. Goat, they were quite far back towards KRX's position, but they've wrapped up the northern side, got stuck into Yangon. already been able to knock out one player from the squad, leaving them with a triple threat.
So let's see kya hota hai bhai.
Good work here, right? Coming out tied in first place between 3 other squads, and Tiamba and Goat, the squad they're head-to-head with here in the fight.
Natural
so
call.
getting up on this one would be huge for
Natural call करके आ चुके हैं
Looking to do a little bit more damage, but they'll be content.
इसके बाद Yangon Black
And they do have their backs to the blue, so need to be careful.
लेकिन ये कि Yangon Black
pretty significantly here, especially as
में जाना है और
start to come on through. It's going to be unreasonable. Have to get
YG की जो मारनेट है
taking shots from an off angle. A team that hasn't crossed the river yet.
लेकिन ये YG जो है वो 6 के साथ पहले नंबर पे है, तो क्या YG के जो मारनेट है उनको रिकॉल करवाया जा सकेगा या नहीं करवाया जा सकेगा, ये हमें देखना पड़ेगा.
They were in that top 3. They are in a really sticky spot on the south side for Tiamba. I think their fight through is going to be maybe the hardest at the moment in the lobby. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it work as Yangon Galacticos get out of there, get into the next zone, and they wait for this next circle.
Yeah, killed on the fight, pulling back down towards the south side. Dopeness caught line of sight from the ridge as well onto Yangon, and it's Alula that are coming up around the back. That's the shift on the zone though, pulling away, going back down south.
देखते हैं कि ये जो domination वाली टीम है ये चिकन निकालती है या
a lot of the play space you've actually got the longer this one goes.
अभी जो है वो निकाल का भी टाइम है, कुछ टाइम हल्का फुल्का टाइम ही बचा है उसके बाद
moving over to the south coast, maybe able to swim across later on. But a lot of teams that have already committed to the north side are going to be fighting for the hills around the arena Ulf position where Goat have just moved on in.
Tiamba का जो equal level
be the focus for so many teams. So I feel like Tiamba, they're looking to play for a third place, but they have taken a knock on the back there. And this rotation is under threat, under danger. Aaron is waiting for someone else to step forward to say, I've got the shot before they go for that spray. But Tiamba, if they can find cover on that south coastline, I feel like they might have a chance of getting fairly deep into this one.
A lot of movement as well. Yangon trying to advance quite quickly. It was AGAL that had angle.
All gamer
his demise, so he's cut out of the lobby. And Maple also hit from the sideline.
Team Dopeness और all gamer
good line of sight onto them. So they're just peppering.
क्या करेंगे ये देखना पड़ेगा. अलूला जो है वो आ रहा है खिलाफ फाइट में आ चुके हैं और अलूला अभी तक एक पॉइंट भी अलूला की तरफ हासिल नहीं किया गया.
AGAL on the north side will have to face off against Dopeness, as you said. Yangon just beyond them, and they are now within nade range. So we get a little replay from. Oh, he's knocked himself with the deployable cover flare there. That is not good news for the Wolves.
YG और ऑल गेमर की फाइट है और ये जिस जगह पे है इधर बचना जो है ऑल गेमर के लिए बहुत मुश्किल है. यहाँ नेड की बारिश होने वाली है और ये नेड क्या साबित होगा. ये नेड बच गया, लेकिन ये नेड अगर अंदर गिरता तो जरूर ऑल गेमर जो है तो ये डिस्माइल साबित होता. YG जो है वो नॉक हो चुके हैं. एक लाउड जो है वो नॉक हो चुके हैं और क्या ऑल गेमर आगे चलेगी या क्या करेगी ये देखना पड़ेगा. और ऑल गेमर जो है वो दो टीमों के खिलाफ जो है पिंच हो चुके हैं, बीच में पिंच हो चुके हैं टीम डोपनेस और टीम YG के खिलाफ. लेकिन यहाँ टीम ऑल गेमर मुश्किल है.
XDZ wants to find an answer, doesn't get the full knock, has the shot, he's on a sliver of HP now, and another nade might just be all is needed. They're healing desperately, important for them. Across the road is Romeo now on his last legs, and AGAL are suffering.
Dopeness pushed up hard from the backside as well and got into a good position to command respect on what they've realised is now two very weak squads. So if they can steal away points, it'll be
YG जो है वो अपने सारे प्लेयर तकरीबन बहुत के और आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं YG के आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं. तो देखते हैं कि YG जो है क्या करती है. रोमियो जो क्या या कुछ अपनी टीम को 4 पॉइंट्स कुछ 3-4-5 पॉइंट अगर वो निकाल पाते तो एक अच्छी एवरेज हो जाएगी 11 पॉइंट के आसपास की, जो कि एक अच्छा साबित होगा टीम यांगन गैलेक्टिकोस के लिए. एक बुरा साबित नहीं होगा ये. और दूसरी तरफ हम देखें तो ULF जो है 5 पॉइंट के साथ वो आ चुकी है. और चारों प्लेयर जो है वो इंटैक्ट है, उनके टीम कोच जो है वो.
This east side will be chill for about the next 30 seconds maybe, once RRQ settle themselves down and lose their player on the east edge. But with this circle, it's gonna have to get trickier again. This has been so nasty for the teams out in the east to be able to make their way through. They have been on the brunt of these circle shifts.
Let's see. Alpha 7 के जो है वो अल्फा 7 का फाइट होती है के साथ जाके के
Non-ship.
के साथ फाइट होती है
Getting a bit of
गोड और आरगल
towards
की
the
फाइट
road.
होती है
Meanwhile,
आपस में
amongst all this, we've seen another play coming out from
टीम गोड जो है वो अपने वो 8 पॉइंट हासिल
these
कर
early
चुकी है
scraps. We've seen him be a bit of an explosive
टीम
entry.
गोड के जो है वो
He can open
किलर
up
जो है वो
players
किलिंग
in the squad.
स्ट्रीक
He'll
पे
go
जा
for it
चुके
every
हैं
time. 4 elims just tied to him. They did lose out on Foops, man. There's a nice back and forth between Foops and Killer Joe and how they play off each other, but you've still got a ton of talent left alive on this roster. If you know anything about Go John as well, they're going to be gunning for a big victory here. If they can start it off with a nice bit of energy, feed the hot hand, they play with that throughout the whole day.
I mean, it would be a great start for
वाईजी के आखिरी प्लेयर जो रोमियो बचे हैं वो भी हैं और आल गेमर जो उनके 2 प्लेयर बचे हैं और 4 पॉइंट के साथ और वाईजी जो है वो 6 पॉइंट है और उनका आखिरी प्लेयर जो है वो रोमियो बचे हैं कैसे बच पाएंगे और टीम कोर्ट और यूएलएफ की आपस में फाइट हो चुकी है क्या ये टीम जो यूएलएफ है वो बच पाएगी या नहीं बच पाएगी ये देखना पड़ेगा ये एरिना की टीम ओपनर्स के वक्त फाइट होती है और ये एरिना जो है फाइट को बिल्कुल जो डोमिनेट कर रही है तो क्या होगा ये देखना पड़ेगा और टीम दो जो है वो के जो प्लेयर हैं उन्होंने और यहाँ तरनीके ने अपने लीड के साथ और ये देखना पड़ेगा क्या होगा
Taking shots, laying down the lead. Oh mate, sweating bullets on the push in. Panic stations
जो है वो एक
compose
साथ
themselves to slay the goat.
फाइटों में कुछ ये टीम गोड जो है वो
bounces it out the window and hits that one on top of
और ये एरिना जो है वो
attempt to fight here.
उन्होंने टीम दो ओपनर्स को जो है वो प्लेयर को जो है वो मार दिया हम टीम दो ओपनर्स के पास सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर बचा हुआ है
Made cooking. Doesn't quite know where these players are.
अब क्या देखते हैं कि क्या होगा क्या नहीं टीम दो ओपनर्स के प्लेयर को बिल्कुल आइडिया नहीं है कि इधर एक जो 2 प्लेयर है एक प्लेयर जो रिवाइव प्लेयर है ये देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या होगा क्या नहीं और यहाँ टीम दो प्लस के प्लेयर को है वो पीछे से किलर जो की तरफ से मार दिया जाता है किलर जो है वो प्रॉपर डोमिनेशन पे जा चुके हैं और बहुत ज्यादा 5 किल के साथ वो बैठे हुए हैं टीम कोड जो है यहीं खत्म हो जाती है 10 पॉइंट के साथ यूएलएफ और अल्लाह की फाइट हो चुकी है और यूएलएफ जो है उसके जो है 2 प्लेयर नॉक हो चुके हैं आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं क्या जो आखिरी प्लेयर हैं यूएलएफ के क्या वो अपनी टीम को बचा पाएंगे या नहीं बचा पाएंगे ये देखना
I don't think you can call him young blood anymore. Tiamba did manage to get across the river in the meantime as well, Jackie, and they're on 8 elims. They've got 3 players alive. They're not looking too shabby right now. And they have an oversight onto this fight. If they can spot Alola on this roll-up, they'll take 1 or 2 of them down, and they
आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं अलोला जो है वो
it's getting away from them.
चाह रही है क्या उनको पकड़ पाएगी या नहीं पकड़ पाएगी
I think that pace is the operative term as well, right?
तो ज़्यादा मुझे लगता है यूएलएफ के जो अलोला के ग्रुप के हैं उन्होंने वाईजी के रोमियो को स्कोर कर लिया
So the fact here they're willing to actually take some of these encounters a bit more headstrong. It's
21 मिनट की ये गेम हो चुकी है
crunching in there again as well.
और रिकॉल टावर जो है वो खत्म हो चुके हैं अभी टीम तियांबा और टीम कीके की फाइट शुरू हो चुकी है और देखते हैं क्या करते हैं वाईजी रोमियो की जो है वो मार चुके हैं और टीम जंगल
powerhouses of the Elim feed starting to wane now. Yangon not quite going to stay the course. But Tiamba have a big opportunity here on that south side if they can push past Eren, get control of the hilltop. But it's Alor competitor on that southeast side.
Tiamba starting their swimtation as well inside of the water. Ooh, they get vision on Eren's backpack here, so you're going to know. I remember from Olves, he's just going to peek up on the coast. That's a freebie. It's an easy job.
Looking for shots from the high ground, but not quite going to land in time. And now the rest of Tiamba can look to suppress the position from the back line. The push forward from Milu also under threat from range.
अब देखते हैं कि चिकन कौन सी टीम हासिल कर पाती है अगर टीम की बात करेंगे जो जिन टीमों के पास ज्यादा बहुत अच्छी प्लेयर के हिसाब से जिनके पास ज्यादा एडवांटेज है टीम के हो सकती है चारों के चारों प्लेयरों के साथ इंटैक्ट है क्या अलोला जो निकाल पाएगी या नहीं देखना पड़ेगा वो 2 प्लेयर अपने दोनों प्लेयर को रिवाइव दे पाएगी या नहीं दे पाएगी ये देखना पड़ेगा, एक प्लेयर को रिवाइव दे दिया जाता है, दूसरे प्लेयर जो है उनको रिवाइव दिया जाता है। और अब जीके जो अपने चारों प्लेयर को बचा पाएगी। और इधर अगर टॉप की टीमों में बात करें तो टीम चांबा और टीम की रीना जो है वो बचे हुए हैं। टीम चांबा जो है वो 2 प्लेयर के साथ, और जबकि टीम रीना जो है टीम रीना 2, जबकि टीम चांबा जो है वो 3 प्लेयरों के साथ बची हुई है। टीम जीके और टीम चांबा जो है वापस दूर से हल्की फायरिंग कर रहे हैं ताकि वो तो देखना पड़ेगा कि कौन सी टीम जो है वो एक दूसरे के खिलाफ जो फाइट में जीत पाएगी या डोमिनेट कर पाएगी, ये देखना पड़ेगा। टीम रीना जो है वो भी फिलहाल में किसी फाइट में, और टीम वॉल स्पोर्ट जो है वो टीम के स्पोर्ट के एक प्लेयर को नॉक कर देते हैं, केविन को।
Has a little bit of trouble. Geeke are low. They don't really have the sight lines. This is an opportunity for Tiamba to actually move forwards and maybe look for the res, but it's still such a risk. I don't think they're going to go for it here, Jackie.
वॉल स्पोर्ट जो है वो अपना किल कंफर्म करते हैं, और टीम अरुणा जो है वो वॉल स्पोर्ट के दोनों प्लेयर को मार देते हैं, एक प्लेयर, और ये बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी चीज साबित होगी टीम अरुणा के लिए। टीम अरुणा बहुत अच्छा फिलहाल खेल रही है। टीम अरुणा जो है वो 8 पॉइंट के साथ टॉप 5 में आ चुके हैं, और टीम चांबा के जो है आखिरी प्लेयर क्या वो बच पाएंगे। टीम चांबा के जो मिलू जो वो वेट कर रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से टीम जो है वो चांबा की जो एचिंग है वो निकल के आ चुके हैं और उनको रिवाइव किया जाएगा, लेकिन लगता नहीं है कि टीम चांबा के जो प्लेयर है वो बच पाएंगे। बिल्कुल भी वो नहीं बच पाए और वो फिनिश हो जाते हैं, फील्ड आउट हो जाते हैं। और टीम चांबा जो है वो 2 प्लेयर के साथ, टीम अरुला 4 प्लेयर के साथ, रीना 2 प्लेयर, के 2 और नाइशिम रेड फॉल से वो 3 प्लेयर के साथ। ये रीना क्या करेगी, अलूला और टीम चांबा क्या करेंगी, टीमें और टीमें या नॉन्शिम रेड फॉल से ये क्या करेगी। नॉन्शिम रेड फॉल की तरफ से टर्निंग को नॉक कर दिया जाता है।
Saw the reposition from
एक बहुत घटिया स्पेस थी जिस जगह पे वो ठहरे हुए थे। टीम ये अरीना जो है पुश करती है, और अब हम आ चुके हैं टॉप 4 में, ठीक है। और ये अरीना जो है वो 8 पॉइंट जो है वो 11 पॉइंट ये ले चुकी है। अगर हम सर्वाइवल पॉइंट को तो वैसे जो है वो
able to put up a good start to proceedings, guaranteed they're on the front page. The question is who's going to join them. Shots ring out, continuing to put pressure on Geeke. We're struggling to march forwards. Tiamba don't have vehicles to their name. They are really still just waiting on Geeke to have to move, and that is the first indicator that they are going for it. They should know that there's only 2 players over there, and Tiamba can start to move forwards now, and I need them to be able to do that, right? Something that we were criticizing them for was being a little bit timid, being a little bit shy, and so now stepping forwards at the right time, that's what they need to be doing, and it looks like that's what Milu's gone for. As the rest of the teams jounced across the zone, Alola have to descend on one side of the hill or the other. The question is which team chooses.
की अगर देखें तो 3 प्लेयर है, जबकि अरुला के जो है वो अरुला जो है वो भी 4 प्लेयरों के साथ। अरुला के जो एक प्लेयर है R3 भी जो है वो है सर्कल में, बाकी जो प्लेयर है उनको सर्कल में जाना है। तो अरुला क्या बच पाएगी या नहीं बच पाएगी ये देखना पड़ेगा हमको। और अरुला के लिए जो सिचुएशन है बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल हो चुकी है, तो क्या अरुला जो है वो या सर्वाइव कर पाएगी या नहीं सर्वाइव कर पाएगी ये देखना पड़ेगा।
Tiamba, you touched on it before. When does that change? That mindset going to come alive? Because if they don't start to get a bit of a periphery scan on the go here,
बात करें तो एक वाइल्ड टीम जो है जो 4-man स्ट्रेंथ है वो है अरुला। बाकी सारी टीमें या तो 3 में हैं या 2 में बची हुई हैं, जैसे 2 टीमें 2 गीके स्पोर्ट और चांबा, और बाकी जो टीमें हैं जैसे नाइशिम रेड फॉल 3 और अरुला जो 4 प्लेयर के साथ सर्वाइव कर रही है। अरुला जो है वो क्या कौन सी टीम के बच पाएगी अब ये देखना पड़ेगा। अरुला के लिए पास कोई भी पॉइंट ही नहीं है यहाँ से बचने का, बहुत मुश्किल है। उन्हें सर्कल में जाना और नॉन्शिम रेड फॉल उनका सर्कल जो है कीट के करके बैठे हुए।
Don't want to let it go to waste, but an opener onto Tiamba could open up their south rotate, and with the circle pushing towards them, that's going to help out nicely. But Nongshim look to strike to open the door, but they're crossing of the road and bring Alula back down to 3 with them.
टीम गीके जो है के रगनारॉक जो है वो नॉक हो चुके हैं, तो उनके साथ टीम चांबा के जो एक प्लेयर है वो नॉक कर दिया जाता है। और अब देखते हैं कौन सी टीम जो चिकन निकाल पाएगी। और जहां तक बात करें सर्कल का होल्ड, तो कोई भी टीम ऐसे कहें तो कोई भी टीम जो है सर्कल का होल्ड नहीं रखती। सारी टीमें जो है एक साइड पे पूंछ की पड़ी हैं। टीम अरुला के जो है वो R3 भी जो है वो उन पे क्रॉसर जमाए हुए हैं XYZ नॉन्शिम रेड फॉल के।
some really nice elim counts for a lot of our teams moving forwards. Tiamba getting that res could prove to be crucial.
अब इनके पास अलूला के पास एक ही चांस है कि वो टीम जामा को किसी तरीके से नॉक करें और अपना जोन पे जो है वो अपना होल्ड जमाएं और जो टीम के स्पोर्ट की तरफ से अलूला के आखिरी करते जाता है तो क्या अलूला के जो प्लेयर है वो अपने तीसरे प्लेयर को बचा पाएंगे, लेकिन लग नहीं रहा कि वो अपने प्लेयर को बचा पाएंगे, लेकिन ये इनके लिए बहुत मुश्किल है। अलूला जहां 4 प्लेयर के साथ सर्वाइव कर रही थी और अभी सिर्फ और सिर्फ 2 प्लेयर के ऊपर आ चुकी है। उनके आखिरी जो प्लेयर है, क्या उनके जो प्लेयर हैं क्या वो अपने प्लेयर को बचा पाएंगे या नहीं बचा पाएंगे, लेकिन जहां तक देखा जाए तो ये बहुत मुश्किल होगी। अलूला के जो प्लेयर है वो किट जो XYZ जो है उनको नॉक और दस्ती भी नहीं कर दिया जाता है, बिल्कुल भी वेट नहीं किया जाता हल्का सा भी। और यहाँ जो है वो नौशिम रेड वॉल की जो नंबर वाले सीन था कि उनके पास 3 प्लेयर हाँ नंबर वाला सिस्टम था वो खत्म कर दिया जाता है। अलूला के जो वो गीके स्पोर्ट के प्लेयर को भी नॉक फिनिश कर दिया जाता है और यहाँ गीके स्पोर्ट जो निकल चुके हैं चौथे नंबर पे। अब 3 टीमें बची हैं, तियांबा, नौशिम रेड फोर्स और अलूला।
Using those nades to create potholes moving forward, steps up for the
आरती भी जो है उसको मार दिया जाता है और अलूला और नौशिम रेड फोर्स की एक डायरेक्ट नेट टू नेट फाइट हो चुकी है और यहाँ नौशिम रेड फोर्स की क्या कोई जो है मार पाएंगे, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। अलूला जो है वो बची हुई और यहाँ अलूला के जो दोनों प्लेयर हैं वो नॉक हो जाते हैं। अलूला जो है वो नौशिम रेड फोर्स के हाथों और जून के हाथों मार दिए जाते हैं और टीम तियांबा और टीम नौशिम रेड फोर्स की तरफ से कौन सी टीम जो है वो चिकन निकाल पाएगी। आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं टीम नौशिम रेड फोर्स के और यहाँ लेवल 9 का स्टेज 9 का सर्कल है, स्टेज 9 का सर्कल कैसे करा जाएगा और तियांबा जो है वो एक साइड पे जो पिंच हुई पड़ी थी वो जो है वो इस चिकन को निकाल लेते हैं। जहाँ उनके पास 2 ही प्लेयर थे, वो नॉक होते हैं, वो रिवाइव होते हैं, वो नॉक होते हैं, वो पिंच होते हैं, बट फिर भी इन दी एंड वो अपने टीम के लिए एक चिकन निकाल के जाते हैं और ये इनके लिए बहुत अच्छा साबित होगा।
At the right time, and that is the change I wanted to see. The question will be, can they keep it going for 11 more matches and keep that pace going? Nongshim Red Force as well, really well held on that north side. The angles that they were maintaining, they knew what they were doing, and it reads into what we were saying about
कौन सी टीम कितने पॉइंट के साथ पहले नंबर पे और कौन सी टीम कितने पॉइंट के साथ दूसरे नंबर पे है, ये हमें देखना पड़ेगा और हम ये देखेंगे थोड़ी देर के अंदर और इसी इंसार में मेरा बैट इस तरीके से गर्म हो चुका है। अगर किसी को अपने कपड़े
for them to try and make it, but nice solid performance coming through from Nongshim. A lot of the teams that were late into that game had a lot of elims as well, which means that nobody going home empty-handed.
Yeah, we can have a bit of a listen in as well and see what they were saying for themselves here.
पहला जो है वो पहला और
keeping things nice and tight with it, didn't even need to peek through. That earlier knock from Alor onto one of the Nongshim Red Force players as well, immediately before
फाइनल के मैच शुरू। Let's see फाइनल में क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता।
Down when they needed to. We knew they could do that, but they also stepped up when they needed to, so I'm thrilled that they're able to take this first one.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see, right? Because we were saying before, they looked good, at least in terms of how they were approaching some of these games, but I think it was falling off in the sense that they just weren't able to commit necessarily with more of a cutthroat nature, where sometimes you've got to evaluate the risk and really just go for it. Obviously there it looks a little bit scary as well with the rotate. We lost Eagle as he went down to the zone, but they'd still recover. They get it done. It's all Tiamba in game 1, but let's see how it looks in the rest of today.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Assalamu alaikum guys, welcome to another vlog. Good morning, good night, good evening, जितना भी होता है सारा कुछ guys. कैसे हो? खैरियत, अमान अमान. Today, Alhamdulillah, is our match day. Please remember us in your prayer.
Guys, नाश्ता हो रहा है. This is some.
Honestly, a lot has changed since we won the world last year. It gave us a lot more confidence and recognition. But at the same time, it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we realized that staying at the top is even harder than getting there. But overall, I'm so grateful for everything that came from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the survival stage.
Yeah, thank you.
For that interview there with Yangon Galacticos, but it's all about Tiambas. We're joined by Hot Jukes, Maxman, Neptura, and the 7WG here back with you guys for PMWC at EWC 26. Tiamba, Max, they're finally showing up.
QZZ, let's go. No, I'm really happy to see Tiamba because, not gonna lie, back in their respective group, I was a little bit disappointed because back at PMMI, oh my goodness, they were bringing the heat. I mean, you and me both, Hot Jukes. We were like, this is the QZZ show. And yeah, group stage was a little bit topsy-turvy, but this Rondo, by the way, keep in mind, they got 6 eliminations in the hot drop in Yulin, and then they dropped Tinlong Garden. The circle could not have been any.
Let's see क्या होता है हमें.
And yet they still come out
क्या होता है 19 रेड और एक के 13 पॉइंट. अलूला क्या बात है.
We see Tiamba do what we expected them to do all tournament long. Yeah, had a really rough group stage, but they come into this one 13 eliminations, 2,300 damage, and we expected QGZ to be kind of like on top of that, but it was Milu here that was able to really clutch it up for a squad. And honestly, after a rough group stage, to start off so strong, I think it's gonna finally put them in the form we all expected.
Same with Alula as well, putting up a good amount of eliminations for that squad.
Yeah, it was really nice to see Alula come in. I mean, me and Max, we were all talking about it, be like, ooh, at the end there, you know, they had a really good position. They should have utilized it a lot more because they were having that momentum throughout the mid stage. They were looking really good. They came in, they took over the position from Ulf.
पहला मैच है, मैं सोच रहा था मैं कहा इरेना जिस तरीके से खेली है तो मुझे लगता नहीं है कि वो निकल पाएगी, लेकिन निकल जाएगी. लेकिन जिस तरह उन्होंने बहुत खेला ना, किसी से भी कोई उम्मीद नहीं रखी जा सकती. पहले मैच में 40 पॉइंट निकाले थे, 40 पॉइंट के बाद वो qualify भी नहीं कर पाई.
No, I mean, clearly they took way too long. I think they would have been great to see Al Ula after their push on Ulf. By the way, that push Niptura was fantastic, getting rid of all of Ulf in like literally the span of 20 to 30 seconds. Very quick fight. But then they just let Tiamba coexist with them on the lower side next to the water. I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Alula. I would have loved to see them rock up on their position as they fight GK. That would have been a great third party. But you know what? It's still a 16.
Tiamba 23 point, Alula 16 point.
An amazing start in the survival stage.
Great kick.
और जहाँ बहुत नॉनस्किन 13, इरेना 11, EK 10, कोड 10, यांगोन गैलेक्टिकल्स 6, ULF 6, Dopeness 6,
They do. That was
really
nice
sport
from them as well. We saw them do
सबसे एंड में अल्फा 7 2 पॉइंट.
Actually, they were on the east side of the zone, right? So there was a lot of teams over there. So for them to get as many eliminations as they did, I mean, it was just constant fighting from beginning to end for them. You know, them as well as Yangon. I really liked what we saw from Yangon in the beginning of this game. I think it was still a very strong rondo for them, even though they didn't really go very late into the game. I still liked the presence that has seem to be making a return for them. I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah, we're seeing some changes from this squads too. It seems like they put that extra day off in to work with the VOD review. One team that I think ended up doing that perfectly was Nongshim, especially with their rotations.
Finally, just committing to a play. Sure, it was not an aggressive play. I think they didn't really have to go for an aggressive play this game. But it's just they see GK in a really good position in the play zone next to that lake in the center of the zone. And I see GK actively rocking up onto Alpha's position southwest of that circle. Like, wait, that position is free. Let's not waste a single second and just capitalize on that opportunity and snatch that spot for ourselves. And that gets them so deep in that game, podium minimum, second place off the back of that Niptura. That is what I wanted to see from NSR.
It is exactly what I wanted to see as well, because we saw in their second day of their group stage, right, they lost that momentum. They lost they were finding the opportunities, but they were just being so slow to actually do anything about them, and that has definitely changed in this game. We saw them actually take those opportunities pretty instantaneously, and that is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. We know they can do it, and they've done it again, and it is going to be Tiamba being the match MVP, and Milu, yeah, you were saying, Jukes, he's doing some great stuff.
Let's go, Milu. I mean, I think this is a good example of, you know what, sometimes even if you are a top squad, you don't really come off the way you really want to sometimes, right? But you know what, a day off, I think we saw these squads refresh themselves, really start playing true to form here, and this is what we needed to see. We needed to see this. Even there towards the end, Ula had the top ground, but at the same time, Nongshim Red Force and Tiamba were like, we want to win this game. Let's focus all our energy up top, take them out first, and then we'll see who ends up winning first or second place. And that is how you get it done. So good to finally see these squads make it happen. It's only been one game. Come on. Let's see some more of that in Erangel. More of that, please.
One game, but we're already getting a little bit more flashes from some of these squads of just consistent inconsistency, and I'm thinking about Alpha 7 because their squad was only able to get 2 eliminations. They need to make sure they pick it up here. One quick little shout out is GOAT team was able to perform so well in that one, being aggressive, exactly what we expect out of GOAT, but let's see what teams are going to be bringing it in game 2.
Thanks for setting us up there, 7. Great desk as always, very exciting to get the inside, the narratives, and build ourselves back in here. As the survival stage tension much higher, changing over now from Rondo to be more consistent, John. Excited to see what really is going to be, hopefully, a stepping stone for our teams throughout the remainder of the day.
Absolutely, I was excited to see.
They look good, right?
Looking pretty fresh, man. You know, representing Texas.
You know what they say, everything outside of Texas is smaller in size.
Absolutely, they definitely do. That's what I've heard anyway. The plane path looking pretty big though, from the middle of the map on the south side. Looking to lean a little bit westward, but nice and kind. Opens up most of the map for access, and no one should be getting into any hot drop trouble. But it is a slightly reshuffled lobby, remember? We didn't really talk about drop spots on Rondo because it tends to just be let's all hot drop and then see what happens. But here on Erangel, it's a little bit more prescribed, it's a little bit more thought out and measured. So our teams are figuring out where they want to go, and there won't be too much conflict over zones. But already 3 teams out over Millie, as well as, well, maybe 4 teams out over military as RRQ jump out a little bit later on. Everybody else, I think, is looking to head further north and get to the mainland. RRQ may be looking for that bridge split on the west, bridge split on the west side.
Yeah, it's more standard, obviously, what we'd expect there from Erangel. They've gone for this quite a few times in Erangel, very comfortable to have those military starts. Similar sort of opening as well for GOAT, so no surprises there. We imagine they can split off and wrap away, like you touched on. Rest of the squad's trying to get distance with those parachutes. They've done their training, John. They're A5 guaranteed gliders, so they can get to the mainland.
Distance, they got the legs needed to get on their way. Yeah, GOAT team also dropping out. They will have diverted away from that. You don't really want to get stuck in, as I said, into those hot drops. Not a good idea, but that is a nasty circle. Goodness me. We were having some pretty nasty circles, very gnarly stuff coming through over in the group stages. Looks like we're going to continue that trend all the way out on the southwest side. Keeping a lot of Gatka, Quarry, that sort of area in, but this is not what you want to see to open things up for a survival stage.
Team
you're right, man.
उसमें जो है वो ड्रॉ फ्लैश होगी और ये होने वाली है अभी थोड़ी देर में अंदर ये ना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा फाइट.
We'll see if that's a blessing for some teams or a haunting prospect for others. Obviously, we're dropping far further up towards the north side. We join the POV of Dopeness early on towards Pachinki. Couple shots out of the window from Nikita, getting a read over onto Geeke. Pretty nice game 1 from them, so obviously if you can punish early and slow down Geeke from actually accumulating point after point, would be the dream scenario.
And hopefully add those points to your tally in response as well. Now they are north and south split on Pachinki, so not super close to danger. Definitely it's disengageable here, depending on the vehicle counts that each team has. And I feel like in Pachinki, you cannot get stuck in too far here, especially with a circle like this. You have to look to disengage in these scenarios. The thing that sort of plays on the reverse side of that is that you are competing for the drop spot in the future matches, and a lot of teams find value in saying, you know what, we're not giving up our drop spot, we're just going to we'll sacrifice our in order to maintain this top spot, this drop spot for the next, well, they've still got 5 Erangels after this to play. I could call that into question. I'm not a professional coach, so maybe there's some reads in there, maybe there's some maths to do, but I feel like it's still very, very dangerous, especially on Pochinki, and especially on a plane path like this, where a lot of the map was just super accessible.
Yeah, I suppose it goes down to that individual decision making, if they want to fight or not, or really what they're aiming for. I imagine for the viewers at home, you're going to be aiming to get yourself some beautiful skins as well. John, we've got a great event going on right now in game. I know
Absolutely, the Uzumaki Naruto event. Make sure you're grabbing those character sets, looking fresh with the skins, as well as that Ninetales org, looking pretty. Doesn't look like any of our players have the org though, which is unfortunate. And neither team really going to be able to take on the supply truck either, given that they're in a bit of a standoff. To play from Pochinki.
Let the tension just settle here. Oh, nade line up through the window. Nice chip, John. Could have been beautiful.
Does manage to catch a little spray on the step across there, but not going to quite get the knock. And it's again just retreating, being a little bit safe. Like you said, deck of cards type play, reshuffle yourselves somewhat, but that is a nice little reshuffle from Ragnarok on the sidelines, able to get the side swipe, and Geeky have got their opening now. Do they try and take this one fast, or are they going to slow themselves? Want to try and capitalize a second knock, and there is no way that they're getting those two players back up. Surely not. From multiple angles, one is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
Beautiful prediction, nade. Pops perfectly. Reply back over, easy for Bad Boy cleaning up. So 1 by 1, Dopeness suffering heavy losses on this. It was Makita that took a few pot shots over to the GK roster to start off, and they went, you know what, you want to fight, let's take it.
Two players now left for Dopeness. Ulf did manage to rotate over the north side of Pochinki, and because this fight is taking place, it means that in Pochinki, or if there had only been one, the team in Pochinki has not moved out to the west side. For Ulf, this is pretty good news, because it means they have access to a lot of zone that they may not have done before, as well as a party angle. Leaving Eren up on the top of the hill, they could start to slow it down even more, and they're going to have so much information about what has been going on in this area. Eren doesn't even want to stick around for the flush. He gives up his position, and they're just going to back it off. And Ulf are going to be the ones to take down the supply truck from Pochinki. This is huge for Ulf.
Yeah, this is really nice. Cutting out a lot of that mid-game looting time, getting themselves hopefully some high-tier loot to play with off the back of it. Good comms on it, set themselves up, dump a few magazines simultaneously into the truck and grab your benefits from it. Alongside possibly forcing the two teams a little bit more as well with the damage done from high Kenji, good for one, as well as he spams. Safe G trying to peek back into it, shot into the 5, stays alive. Makita on the wraparound, has that molly through the window.
Oh, he tears the player step a little bit too late, may have been able to swing.
to
work out.
Wow, nice, heavy.
Eren from the off angle rattled them a little bit, and they are starting to shake, starting to show vulnerability.
Oh no!
From Saf G though. One player now standing for Dopeness.
Kenji has the Bizon to play with. What can he do?
Not
too much there. As the nade from Ragnarok blows him away, and Dopeness off the drop. Exit stage left with 2 elims. But that is a detriment to GK, John. Even if they reset, it's only
yeah, they do win the fight. That third party coming through from Ulf as they wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now have to be afraid of. They no longer have when it comes to getting out to the west. And on a hard shift like this, they have lost too much time for me to really be considering them deeply into the rest of this match. Everybody else much faster, and we are going to focus our attention now on teams making that break out west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well, near Ferry Pier, around Quarry. Yangon Galacticos very much at the back of the queue.
See if Yangon can keep some good energy rolling over the course of today's play date. A lot of eyes on them. Our two reigning champions in the lobby, of course, being Yangon Galacticos, and then behind that, Alpha 7 from the year prior, back in 2024, PWC.
जिनका आलिया प्रजा वैसे वो निकल चुके हैं। Oh, circle!
What do we do?
What the heck, bro?
Goodness me, a massive western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful as well. It's such a quagmire of a position. It just
bro, this circle is the dead circle, bro.
So for Ulf, they may be able to take the ridge
this circle is like
getting down.
Gonna end for every team, like every team.
Able to play around Quarry.
Do you even think what happened to them? Like what?
Difficult to hold.
Because this is a dead circle. There's no way they're gonna survive from this circle. Because there's most of the circle. There is 50% circle in the water. There's no way. There is not a like any compound, anything that gonna like survival for any team. Because if any team like got a very good position for them, like after that there will be end for other teams.
It's never easy.
End.
Feels like we're playing with 50% land in every single game. Half of it's always taken up by the water. Hey ho, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down, knowing it's only going to get harder to get into a safe location in the zone the longer they leave this one.
Yangon Galacticos just about making it past Quarry. Ulf actually went straight past Quarry, and they're now very central on this zone, Jack. They're going to play out to the west side of the road.
YG.
Towards that coastline. Nestling themselves in and looking to maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos happy to post up around those Quarry warehouses for the time being. Maybe move on a little bit further. We've got AGAL moving in behind them. Yuria, in the meantime, trying to get out of Primorsk, playing in from that south edge. I like this this move coming through from Igor. Moving one of their players around the headland gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan for the scout out on the west.
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, this accelerates the way you have to play this one. I think a Go team, they usually like those very long, safe rotates where they want to be inside of the blue, taking their opportunity to a late game finish. Here, you can't really play that style. Have to take a few shots. Sight on the road. This is going to be POV. Elevated angle, Killer Bees. The AGAL Killer Bees on the move as they head down. Going to cut round Go. Get themselves in a position. Doesn't get any easier. The Wolves just
क्या होगा यहाँ कैसे पॉइंट निकाली जाएगी क्या किया जाएगा
that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of the road looking to maybe control.
ULF जो है वो ULF के जो
patient catch needs to line him up, and Aaron takes a lot of damage there. Far too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGAL a chance. Catch now in danger as AGAL continue their pursuit to move on forwards. Somehow they're making this march, and I'm surprised that they've been able to get this far, Jackie. Next circle, is it going to be similarly brutal? It goes coastal side, maybe less brutal, but even so, it's nasty.
ये लोग अपना एरिया छोड़ दो.
Out that landmass. Team standing on each other, shoulder to shoulder in the zone. Barely tucked in behind a ticket booth, found themselves a few moments of brief respite to catch their breath. The Amber as well. They're here, they're catching line of sight of this.
ये जगह बहुत बुरी है. यहाँ मतलब रुकना है ना अपना एंड साबित करना है. और गेमर के प्लेयर इधर तक आ गए. वाह क्या बात है भैया जी.
Furia close by, and then Geeke coming in down from the north side late.
और ULF जो है वो RRQ और
really important.
All gamer जो अब RR
It's towards the coastline. You
के
can
बीच
see
में और एरिना के बीच में फंसे और ULF जो RR की और all gamer
into the foothills around it, but AGAL are peppering them. Apparently Aaron is in nade range there. That's a long arm on that one. Looks to try and find some more, but he's already crawling away, crawling back to the rest of the roster. For RRQ, this is great, but they need to start leveraging it for elims. I think that's Aaron down and out. I think it may well be, but Furia and Nongshim Red Force in the meantime, all on the south side, coming to loggerheads, and nobody's looking happy with this. Furia on 2 players and Nongshim left on just 1, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more man from Nongshim, giving it down to a solo. Fury are going to be attempting to get the recovery on the go. CXCY did bail out. Surprised he's still standing. Bullet after bullet being injected towards the vehicle. He just keeps driving.
Little seat swap there for XZY to stay alive. He might as well have pulled up on that shackle. Maybe he's going to pull up on a player from AGAL. It's not going to work. Okay, a little bit wild, but not really too many options left for him. If he'd have stopped maybe a touch earlier, he could have had the hop out.
कि अगर कोई किसी मतलब ऐसा हुआ किसी के लिए साबित तो उसके लिए डेड ही साबित होगा ये
AGL with a little bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
Elimination delivery on that one. Drove in, double checked the code, gave it to him. DRX as well, Hillside Peak over. Trey trying to get a read on things. Alula as well, Geekay taking with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down. That's our 3rd and 4th position team off the back.
Geekay obviously the team that won Pachinki but kind of lost as well. Keeping an eye on if that continues to happen for those 2 teams. And if Geekay continues to win it does. But either way, they will slow themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of this zone. So it keeps the coastline in here, and again RRQ's position on that western side, on that hill, gets stronger and stronger. As well as the arena on that west side too. Those buildings, Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that.
ULF की जो सिचुएशन है, ULF की जो पोजीशन है वो इतनी अच्छी नहीं है कि वो उनको खेलने में मतलब अच्छा जो है साबित होगा, क्योंकि ये बहुत बुरी पोजीशन है.
Force them out. Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2. Boobs man with the quick repairs. He's certified for this one. Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now. Another wraparound potentially for KRX as well. Bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
Alpha 7 on the northwest side with 3 players alive on the beachhead. Binny. He's going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water. You need breath, you need health bar, and neither's going to go your way. Down he goes, leaving only the 1 player now left for them. Over on the northeast side near the backstop for GOAT. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, like maybe they want to try and take care of GOAT team first, or at least scout them out. They wrap back around fairly quickly though. There's a lot of key wound DRX.
Yeah, Foopsman finds that one. We saw the other player, of course, denying it out to the blue, not wanting to give the points over to Furia, so that is where their story ends in game 2. Killer Joe, off-angle peek from the sideline. The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease. Silence replies, though. Shuts down Foops, leaves him on his last legs. Good name play from Moxie. Shushes Silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal, trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. A trio of Furia players with 1 man in the vehicle scouting. Chief on the push back over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
Yeah, the off angle from Arena is chiming in as well. And another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from the team. And now it's just Ayala on the forefront. Big here against Goat Team, but they can't push forwards because of that Arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down. Really annoying for the Goat Team. The advantage though is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone, because the blue zone is upon them and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the takedown on Goat Team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say, and they've gone straight into the awaiting arms of Tianba. Terrifying Tianba today. They've changed their fate. A few more elims racked up. That puts them on 2 so far.
Now they're encroaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tianba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out, and Liu gets some retribution. Playing on as 2 in the center of the circle. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nailed as well. Finds that one, gets goodbye AG. They go down to the nitro. They've been given to practice. And this is where it gets scary as well. Alula, low and HP, a bit of a setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster. Coming in together. Struggling on contact with one player buckling under the pressure, and Wolves, they smell the opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade arced over, Elementrix dives out, Romeo will fall, can't withstand that.
Oh, but there is an answer from Smile to find a knock over onto a Wolves player. Awola potentially to be able to... I don't think they can get this res with the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the crawl back. Would be a miracle to get that back to 2. So Faralola may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves have got Goat Team pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third-partying it, but they've been fourth-partied necessary. Can't quite do what he needed to. As Force goes in with the shotgun trade. Elementrix, though, still on the swivel for Wolves. Doing work. But Killer Joe to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage, though, and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, John, where he does his best work. He's able to really nail that one with the UMP. Get the quick pick up, looking for the revive on Force as well, so they can fight on as a duo. Tourniquet.
Doesn't quite get the peak fully there though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the res to come through from Goat Team. Tourniquet could still play spoiler to it. He sees them 2 on the broadside now. He's going to know exactly where they are, and he can step forwards for it. Force, I think, might know as well. Killer Joe into the buggy. He's rolling forwards. They're going to have to play against this, but Tourniquet gets back, and the Arena don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal and pieces out for now, whilst Force continues to hit heavy, quick, not fast enough for Alula's escape plan. As only one man remains, Claws cruising over into the awaiting arms of Ulf. They've seen him coming, and if he keeps going, it'll be RRQ that will have this one set up on a platter, back exposed.
Should have gone that way a little bit earlier. RRQ retreating to the beach side, have given up control over a lot of this hill. It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is, of course, Furia's position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. But that opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle, because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down south, they get a lot more control and maybe sneak in behind RRQ, or rather in front of them now.
Furia, it's not been easy for them for the positions they've been forced into. Still standing as a trio after losing Silence quite some time ago from that engagement.
ये देखना पड़ेगा और यहाँ से और सर्कल जो है वो RRQ पे जो है चला जाता है ULF को भी छोड़ दिया जाता है लेकिन अल्फा 7 के एक प्लेयर जो उनको हल्का फुल्का सर्कल मिल जाएगा.
Play that already, but you can see that Furia would have had some pretty solid angles on this. Irina may as well been able to chime in depending on exactly where you're playing it. But Irina going to have to move, Furia going to have to move. And the crunch in on the east side, I think, it's going to be pretty tricky. Irina looks like they were willing to go for those wraparounds, go quite wide with things. So potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement, but they may just look to push up towards Tiamba and towards Go, as RRQ look to regroup further north and fence off the area. The sub coming in for Alpha 7. And he's on the vehicle spot, looking to control it. Doesn't quite tag with the first shotgun, but there is the top of the hill coming on to play.
They focus all their fire on him. He's able to withstand the pressure and get back up from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7 start to thrive off the noise being made by the fans. RRQ detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the side. Bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon by Ulf as they go in heavy with the shotguns. Ravo just drives into the middle of it all. Look to go crazy, John. How on earth?
और ये अल्फा 7 के आखिरी प्लेयर बचे और और यहाँ मार गया
all of the final hurdle.
ULF जो है वो RRQ के अपना प्लेयर को बचा पाएगी.
Now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry to go for the fight. Irina wants to try.
और RRQ Furia जो है उनको आइडिया हो चुका है. फ्रैंकलिन जो है वो इस जगह का आइडिया हो चुका है और यहाँ बचना मुश्किल हो चुका है.
We're seeing that aggression come out, cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back, the nade look good, but a bare bounce over the top.
और यहाँ फ्यूरिया जो है वो अपने लिए पोजीशन होल्ड करते हुए एक अच्छी जगह पे जहाँ उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा साबित होगा. और फ्यूरिया के लिए भी जो है ना ये चलेंगे नहीं क्योंकि ये जगह एक है तो सही लेकिन अगर एक जगह पे रुका ना जाए.
Look at a challenge over on the northern side, obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. Irina on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side they have got control, they've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is committing towards the north side.
और ULF कौन सी टीम चिकन निकालेगी ये देखना.
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. Could see all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat once again as well. But they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in Game 2. Out of the contest here. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injection to point out of this for Tianba as well. Thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day. They do the unthinkable.
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tiamba. They're going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through. Shrink's pretty dead center. Don't think there's too much to worry about for the arena, for Tiamba, for Furia. But for GOAT team, I think this is going to be their big test, right? They are just playing on this one tree. They've got some vehicles in the back lines, sure, but they have to move. And where do you go? It might just have to be a crazy wide sweep up to the north, but Tiamba are going to light you up, the arena are going to light you up. You need a pick, you need an opening. I just don't see GOAT team moving forwards.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach for them. And for Furia, they've been trying to build up now. Teams when they think there's a chance to get a drop on them. With Kelsey trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway for Scarface to get him back on his feet. This could be another chance for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even further with 2 elims going their way if they do it cleanly.
Yeah, GOAT team, you really can't be doing anything here. Killer Joe just looking for something, but fair enough. Killer Joe will go now under pressure as Tiamba actually take the elim over on towards Kelsey, and Scarface still kicking as I takes a knee. E-Arena in the meantime can start to march in. Will finish but Ayala now needs to be secured, and this is beautiful sweep across from E-Arena. Committed to the north side, and there is nothing stopping E-Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline in a 3-way engagement.
Yeah, this is great decision making. Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a moment to get the drop on them. Furia down to 3 players of Ayala, unfortunately falling in that head-to-head versus Scarface. That puts so much more pressure on this team. They've got to get him back up.
इरीना का स्प्लिट बड़ा है अभी।
His HP up. Thankfully, he's done so.
ये अगर स्प्लिट में कोई नॉक ना हो तो बहुत अच्छा साबित होगा। अगर नॉक हुआ तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी इरीना।
Nowhere near as easy now, John.
बच गया
Milu's position. With the nades they've been able to push forward. Nala creeping up to the ridgeline as well, and the arena actually going to regress.
Stage 8 का zone जो है वो बनने वाला है
Stay overextended or
देखते हैं सर्कल क्या करता है स्टेज 8 में।
move those vehicles in
कहाँ
different
जाता है
ways,
किसको
swap them
मौका
out.
देता है। फ्यूरिया जो सर्कल में है और ये
Giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it. Still waiting for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Igor as well has to leave his little ridge and step up probably towards that burnt out buggy. That's where he's pacing himself towards. Ayala cannot find an angle.
For love nor money right now. No chance to get a raw free peek onto them. Just looking to cast that first stone, open it up with an advantage. The first domino falling for either of these squads will be very detrimental. Obviously for E-Arena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got one extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but they still need a clean fight. Pin from either side, it wouldn't really change much.
Next stage closes dead central on this, and no one really has the full track, but E-Arena have the most ability to move around. If Furia go down, Tiamba can start to move up the hill. That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards the arena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems for Mormon. The Molotov's there as well, but he has the smoke to cover his vision and hits the deck. Looks to get some healing. No knock found.
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades got out either side. Felt like one bullet away from his popped himself back up, like you say. He's quick with the meds.
Yeah, if Furia
really need to engage on this. Is it easier to try and wrap around onto Tiamba's side? Do they just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them? Or maybe they were a little bit scouting play as well. They're losing a lot of space in this peak up from E-Arena, starting to force them further back. It's getting scary out there.
Final zone closing as well now, Jackie. It's straight into the middle. Can't hang about now. No elims for E-Arena. So they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up. Over the top of the hill, they're looking to put a pressure onto Furia, but they fight back. Eco goes 1-for-1 on the trade, which is not great news for them. But where are Tiamba? Can they make a pass at this? Try and move in behind Furia. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks coming out. And the backlines from E-Arena getting a little bit full-sputted as Tiamba
Tiamba, triple threat of nades thrown over the top, erupting explosions angle after knowing their weak. Still not overly committed. Great chip damage on the Fury. Chief with a reply. Mormon's drop. Joker hits the headshot back onto him. It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tiamba still waiting.
Finally, a second knock, and now Furia on one. Tiamba have read this nicely. Igor the last to go, and they wrap around, they roll it down. QZ wants to shut it out in the arena now. The last hurdle. 3 players versus 2. Joker off in the distance, but there's one in the smoke. Dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his teammates. He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got his back, and in a 1 versus 3, can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding out to the zone. E-Arena.
और Tiamba फाल चिकन निकाल चुकी है भाई. फिर से चिकन डिनर भाई क्या किया इन्होंने?
Chicken dinner. This is brilliant.
Talks of Tiamba looking timid in their group stage, but that's all changed now as they terrify the lobby and turn up massively with not only 1 chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back to back. Incredible stuff. The survival.
There were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style. They only just about managed to get into the survival stage with a late in the day chicken dinner. But they did look much better during that chicken dinner, during those group stages. And this is exactly the sort of development you want to see. Able to go, I think it was 11 eliminations as well there, Jackie. It is a monumental start for them. Getting towards the top 6 just got a whole lot easier.
Yeah, dream start, man. That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. way better for you when you not only get one chicken dinner, but two already locked in. Playing it smart. I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups. It looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean, the instance right at the end there, where they saw one knock on either side, they said, you know what, now's as good as any. The zone's closing, we've got to go. They had the nades, a little bit off target with the nades. I think it's safe to say they didn't have a full read on the position of Furia, so overexpending a little bit of utility there. So still improvements to be made, but I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards E-Arena, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game for a team that plays second place.
Yeah, it is surprising. It is surprising. I think for E-Arena it's a bit scary as well, because obviously, you know, we historically had that one massive game in the group stage where we were thinking, damn, okay, they're looking absolutely sick. They're really playing confidently in the head-to-heads as well. The longer it's gone on, there's moments where you're thinking, when are they going to get that second wind again? Not necessarily from the tactical side, but more from just the willingness to actually show how good they are as individuals in terms of the gun skill. We know it's there, John. It's just got to rear its head once again. But today, so far, it's all about Tianba.
Yeah, I mean, for the players on side, they do need to start to step up, be a little bit more like Tianba. I think it's safe to say we're going to head down to the stage and we're going to catch up with some of the players.
Yes, we are. And who are we going to talk to other than Tianba and QZZ here, back-to-back wins to start off the survival stage. What a result. And let's ask about that, right? Back-to-back wins. Obviously, in the group stage, you didn't have the easiest of time. So what was the focus for the team between the group stage coming into now this survival stage?
QZ 首先恭喜你们已经2连世纪了，非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛的时候可能打得不算是那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态调整过来了。能不能跟我们说你们当时调整的时候主要注重哪些方面呢？
其实我们没有做太多的调整。其实我前2天其实大致上没什么问题，但是每个人的状态可能不是很好，然后。昨天调整了一些东西，然后大家状态都变好了一些，然后。
disappointed by them in their groups. And it's clearly working out for them, Niptro. Well done, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we still got a long couple of days ahead of us, but based on the last 2 games, I think we can really start to change our minds about them. They're being very, very consistent. What I really love is that they bided their time. They waited, right? Oh, there go my notes.
What?
Because
she's attacking me.
yeah, I'm attacking him. No, because they were just sitting underneath this hill, right?
Yes.
Waiting for these two to get together, start fighting, and then push. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that push on Furia, of course, the timing of that is great because Furia is at their absolute weakest, and also Irina are trying to get a revive back on their fallen comrade. But I wanted to focus very clearly on this replay, on Milu and QZZ. The focus, the sheer determination at that moment, putting the focus on the same player at the same time. What an absolutely amazing fragging duo. And clearly they're the main reason so far they've been successful on this opening day of survival stage. Loving the synergy of those 2 guys in particular.
Loving that synergy, loving the action that they're currently putting on. 12 eliminations there for Tiamba, being able to come off with the win. Furia, this is a team that we've been wondering where have they been. They finally ended up showing up here in this game. With those 7
from Red Force. I know Blank was very excited about their hold on to GOAT in particular, making a massive statement that hilltop is their hilltop for the rest of that game. So Furia, you know, a little bit topsy-turvy back in the group stage, but Niptro this time, strong podium finish, which is what we love. Squad.
No, I do. Very strong mid-game, right? Very strong, very proactive. I really enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, Furia, they're coming in strong. We also saw them move on to the RRQ and A7 fight really quickly with so much force. There was no backing, there was no coming back from that for RRQ. So very, very well done. But they kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive with EA. I know that they were, you know, intimidated by Tiamba there, that other third team rather being there, but I would have liked just a little bit more momentum coming through from them. Side note onto Tiamba, actually, speaking of momentum, Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that? When they realized that fight was finally happening, they went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good, but I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Furia in particular, slowing down a bit at the end. I don't want to criticize that too much. I think it was actually a good play for them to slow it down. The reason why, we knew that whichever team fights last, chances are they're going to get the win at the very end. Furia fighting Irina, they're like, we want to try and get rid of Irina, but if we fully commit to the fight and take even more knocks, eventually Tiamba's going to rock up on us, which is actually what happened, right? So I do get your point, but at that moment when all the 3 teams are just ready to go at a moment's notice, Furia, I think, made the most out of it, and this is a team that I did not expect to make on the podium, but you know what? A strong podium finish from Furia on a very hard circle for that squad, by the way. I think that's still a win.
Yeah, on the opposite side for the Brazilian squads, you have opposite still not being able to do that well. Only putting up points via placement in this last one because the eliminations just weren't there.
Yeah, eliminations. It's a hard zone, though. It's a hard circle to really get eliminations. You've got so many.
Tiamba was able to do it.
Tiamba was able to do it. I think it's
and they don't land even close to that.
True. I think it's probably one of those things where it's like you get in there early, you're able to do something. If you avoid teams, then you know that eastern side was very, very busy. So yeah, you can get a lot of elims if you're there. But I think there's just so many angles. What it's actually doing is intimidating teams into not taking those fights because there's so many angles. Those angles are completely covered, and so you're like, I can't make a move in this.
By the way, going back in this game, there was a very interesting moment for Tiamba, which really enabled them in the first place to be a contender for that chicken dinner, is they had all these teams over to the eastern side in the swamp. They're like, just let's get away from that position. It's not worth it. So I understand when a fight is just not worth taking, but you know what? Definitely worth taking. 2 chicken dinners, 35 points. Tiamba making it happen.
जो फाइट होने वाली है अगर जो तियांबा है ऐसे ही खेलती रही है फाइट जो होने वाली है वो दूसरे पोजीशन से लेकर छठे पॉइंट के बीच होने वाली है सारी टीम में तो फाइट करेंगे बट ये
though we have to watch out for is it's a group B all over again. It really is, because you've got that point sponge at the top. You got 45 points versus what, 19 we saw there. Everybody could still get into top 6. Probably gonna still go that way by the end of today. We're probably gonna see the same sort of gaps being in that leaderboard. And so, yeah, we're looking at a very spicy survival stage if this keeps going from Tiamba.
At the beginning of the day, we're talking about Sony story of the day. No sponge points against what? Now Tiamba is like, we are here. We're going to be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up. But before we go into the next game, we're going to be sending it over to Kalaris and Blank.
Yeah, you know, I'd really like to talk about all the other teams here in the survival stage. I'd really not like to overlap with what you guys are saying. But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do? I think, though, if we really kind of step back and look at those two victories they got, though, here, Blank, winning in the face of Tiamba, a world-class team. On Rondo, on the river side, being able to perfect timing, very, very important as well.
You are a
फाइनल में ना बहुत ज्यादा करना क्योंकि कोई भी टीम ऐसी नहीं लग रही कि यार कि जो स्ट्रगल करेगी जो भी टीम ऊपर आ रही है कई टीमें जो टीम वर्टिलिटी देख लो और थ्राइव देख लो टीमें देख लो अब इस तरीके से सारी टीमें मिल के कितना होने वाला ये समझ भी नहीं
They will use the DBS.
बहुत बार ऐसे होता है कि जो टीम सर्वाइवल स्टेज से आती है निकल के वो ट्रॉफी जीत लेती है जैसे
just before the interview, actually just after that win, you saw as they got up and they were elated, high-fiving and everything like that. He showed me that he hurt his hand. He hurt his hand from the high five alone. So, yes, they were very, very happy.
It's a strong high five right there.
That's a very strong high five.
I bet he whacks that fire button really hard.
Let's see.
It's nice to see again for QZZ. He came from PMI, FMVP there as well with 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage. Crazy result from him. It's good to see the rest of Tiamba stepping up though, because there is so much conversation around QZ and how good he is as a player. But I think it's mainly what we're looking at right now with the rest of the team who are all rallying around him. It's easy enough to be that front man, but you have to have people who are following you into that battle.
Well, as Maximum just mentioned on the desk as well, Milu was kind of the determining factor in that first game. Likewise, when you look at the damage output and the damage numbers for that second game, it was of course QZZ that was able to kind of take the reins and the timings of which they were able to move. Again, it's the opportunistic gameplay, right? If you get a position away from AGAL in this Erangel game and find yourself bogged down in a fight, if Ulf wants to kind of continue on a little bit of that aggression, you're suddenly going to be taken out. But they were able to show up their defenses so well after taking out AGAL. I am super impressed by what we've just seen in these first two games.
It's definitely astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit of a other side of the card, right, for that. They were very, very resilient all the way through, even from early on in the game to where they faced off against GOAT team. There they were able to almost dominate just by LOS control, keeping themselves on the left-hand side towards the coast, where GOAT was struggling because eventually they were going to start being spotted out by teams off in the distance, which did happen. And Igor's man, he was playing phenomenally well all the way up to the end. But Tiamba, just going for that instantaneous push. Now, I really do feel we had another weird one though with E-Arena. They had a 4-man on that south side. I think there was just a bit of a stop-starting maneuver from them there, and they weren't able to fully control. It felt like the fight actually came down to Furia and Tiamba to really close it out.
I have my concerns with E-Arena.
Yes, so do I.
Because the thing is you were coming into that late game scenario and you've got 0 elims. And then I'm thinking to myself, actually, okay, from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 elims. But then kind of flub it in some of these moments. Yes, we had the record-breaking game from the group stage by them, but outside of that, it has not looked fantastic. So they need to really kind of change some things up here throughout the survival stage. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. It is time to head over to the casters once again for another game on the grassy pastures of Erangel.
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's head on in. Are we going to get another hot drop in Pachinki? Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least 60% of its area inside of the main landmass? Well, only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Tiamba has taken the first 2. Those are scratched off the card, and we have to get into the rest of it as fast as possible. He's locked and loaded, inches from his screen, focused as anything.
Yeah, assessing the situation early, getting themselves nice and ready for another outing. We have these little establishing shots to some of our squads here, AGAL, Tiamba. A few teams have been bringing the heat. Nonchalant Red Force as well, looking pretty good out there in some of the moments of play. Alpha 7, it's been a bumpy ride. Topsy-turvy with some of the results we've seen. Looks really good for Fury as well, John, right? Obviously, that's kind of the keynote we were hitting down there on the stage. Some of the conversations we've had, they've been pulling out the stops. Getting fired up for Alula. Nice, good celebration.
Uh-oh, he's knocked his headrest off. That's going to be...
Doesn't need it.
A comfort issue. Yeah, to be fair, if you land forward, you're fine. It's only when you're out of the game that you're leaning back in your chair. Or at least I hope it is. We'll have to wait and see. Everyone just getting ready. Tapping around, playing on that spawn island, waiting for the plane to take to the skies, but I think fairly soon.
Assemble.
As the lights start to change, the music gains some tempo, and we are gunning for another
Let's
here.
Go for it, brother.
On Erangel. The plane path last time was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out, a lot of area accessible, no real impetus to go for vehicle hot drops to try and challenge on. This time around, Jackie, the plane path is a little bit more west leaning, so maybe there is some more pressure on things, but are we going to see the hot drop in for I mean, I really don't like hot drops. I'm maybe you can excuse it for the first two within a new lobby, but on a 12-match set, I think you just got to cut your losses. If you're not able to get out cleanly, either team should be stepping away from this one.
Yeah, I think there's a right time, right place for it, and honestly, in my mind right now, this could be one of the opportunities for it. If we start doing it towards the end of the day and we get to the next set of free games on, it might be too far gone. You make a mistake there, it could be cooked instantly. You leave yourself in a sort of safety net to try to build back in. If I was going to run that risk, this is the lobby I'd do it in. Right here, right now, come out, pull out some stops. If you could potentially target one of our top teams, especially looking at Tiamba, right, with how they're building themselves, such an early narrative, shut them down, stop them from accumulating point after point, at least for one game. Could be a door open for you and one closed for them. We'll see. Maybe it's more respectful than I'm thinking.
I feel like targeting the top team themselves, maybe not super useful here in the survival stage. That's much more a final strategy because you're aiming for top 6, right?
Doesn't matter, John. You've got to come for the king. You're the biggest man. You shut it down. You respect everyone else in the lobby.
We did just see an elimination go through. I believe that was Tiamba actually over towards E-Arena, who have lost one. We've also got the Zaki drop coming through from Dopeness, which is going to leave Geeke alone in Pachinki. So we don't get that hot drop. Over on the east side is where our circle will go, and I'm happy to say it's quite a lot of land in this one.
Yeah, more reasonable, far more reasonable here, what we've got out of this. Some of the games we've had have been a super bumpy ride for our teams, and we've seen some great mechanically off the back of rotation, at least map geometry-wise, how they understand it. It gets a lot more... Should be better for the lobby in general.
Slightly worried about down on the south side near Novo with Yangon Galacticos and AGAL both dropping in the area. AGAL trying to grab the vehicles. Imagine trying to get across the bridge as fast as possible. The question is, what sort of ammunition does Smile have to play with? Can he catch someone on the cross? Looks for the iron sight spray down with the AKM. There is still more on the menu. There's two players in the monster truck try and find their way through. Will they sneak on in? It looks like it's not quite connecting on the spray. Some damage there, but the ammo's starting to draw low, and they don't have the scopes to really get the distance on this one. Jackie, I think AGAL just make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max precision, so he can't get it done even when he throws the clip in the AK. Just a spray from far away, John. No one from AGAL hitting the DCK. It's not even how you spell deck at this point. It's one of those days, John.
Well, just got to throw an E in there.
That would help.
And it would help, but it hasn't helped E-Arena on this one, unfortunately, throwing an E on the Arena. Tiamba were able to get that. They were the team taking down Tiamba, dropping around that sort of cube compound area, east side of crates, and, well, closer towards the bridges out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now all the way over the north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it, no notes. Furia out on the west side, fairly uncontested, and we're firmly into the looting phase now.
Been getting louder and louder game after game as well.
Let's see.
Yangon Galacticos is 7 in unison. They've been stationed at a similar stage. Excitement coming from over there, getting fired up.
लगातार 2 चिकन किया उन्होंने एक किल निकाल भी ले जो ईरीना का पहला किल था वो शायद से अंबा नहीं निकाला
mediocre at best.
Ah, I see.
You know, Kalaris is a phenomenal drummer.
Is he?
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay,
that's not even a joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely. Get him on the paradiddle.
Yeah, we'll patch that one through. We'll get James on the move during the game, don't worry.
Alola looking to drum themselves up a chance in towards those finals. In second place, they've been doing a fine job of it so far, with the points they've been able to accrue. Obviously a deep run into that first match. Really notable performance coming through from them. Maybe a little bit too slow in terms of dealing with Tiamba down on that south side of them, but they're still up on 19 points. They're still in the top 6 for the time being, as close as it is. However, in Primorsk right now, there's a long road ahead of them to try and make their way in.
Yeah, quicker early moves for some. Others using the availability of a longer, safer rotate. Obviously, this is more the consistent sort of play that we prefer to see from squads like Goat and Yangon with how they want to approach it. Something you'll all want to see, though, of course, are the amazing weapon skins that we've got going on here with the event that's currently occurring. That Ninetales Fury Orc, a beautiful bit of kit, John. Get those very...
A powerful beast. And you want to lock it. You want to keep it. Elevate yourselves to find those various levels of different tails. Moving on into your games on PUBG Mobile. Furia looking to add another tail to their story in these survival stages. 5 teams, well, 5th place rather, on the tables right now. 16 points, very much in the thick of it, as we said, with the points being fairly level when you exclude Tiamba from the top side. Furia looked fairly dynamic in that last match. And they took agency into their own hands, which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through, play towards this mansion open area west of prison, this shelter positions as well. A lot of open ground, a lot of rolling hills in this zone. So you need to make sure you get your little patch under control.
Furia roaming. RRQ potentially going to be in front of their path as well, so could be a chance for a couple pot shots. There's an overextend on the square, pulls back quickly enough to get behind them. Do they climb
fairly civil right now, Jackie, but getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open to each other. But looks like, given that most of the players here are in their own vehicles, unlikely you're going to see that spray down. But Genforce, he's on their tail. I mean, fair enough, you follow them a little bit, try and get some information. In the meantime, Geeky run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest side, and Geeky have lost one. Aaron on the upstairs looks for more, swaps to the weapon, does a lot of work around the door frame, but the shotgun still ringing in his ears. One round in the doors, not enough, but Ulf have lost one on the flip side as well across the way. Scarface has taken a tumble, and Geeky are given at least as good as they get.
That would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game 1, and putting themselves in an elevated position, the points, the placements, going into game 2, nowhere near as clean. If they had an uncomfortable start here, lost their players, limped away, would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf, as it will only be a duo that remains.
And they're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those those more open areas, the dips around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area. So you have to try and find something, keep this one going as the zone coming on through for the next pot for our stage 2 zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very firmly on the south edge there, Jackie. But we're moving away from the United Fields, moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of Potato Hill, and those shelter positions out on the east side, I think are going to cause a lot of problems here, because we've got so many teams on the northeast edge. RRQ are already posted up around that area. It looks like they are retreating a bit though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move into the northeast side, and it's going to get messy. It's going to.
That's a John Allen guarantee.
I don't joke about mess.
You can trust those. Man, it's been a bit bumpy as well for a squad like 721 GS, right? See their POV here. They had a few games back during the group stage where they were able to sort of harass other teams, still good elims, and have their head on a swivel. I was thinking maybe they'd be able to elevate themselves in a bit of a generally considered weaker lobby where there's opportunities to rise to the occasion. Our top team certainly have. For them, still down towards the bottom side of the pack in 12th place right now. Got to give us a little bit more if they want to keep themselves in it. Wrap over from Tianba as well. They're going to be on the move down. Can it be the three-peats? Already eating good today. 47 points in this game. So far ahead compared to the next close squad, which is that tied second podium position between Alula and Goat. So they're really coming out to play.
It was 108 points was the record set by Vitality in a single day.
Yep.
And I feel like I brought that up maybe slightly too early in the day, but if you're on 45 points in 2 matches, simple multiplication will tell you that you're going to get there, right? You would need a little bit more on this game, it's safe to say, but still, like you said, in the position in the northeast side, they're fairly isolated. They can maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side that was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, positions to the north of Milter.
फाइनल जगह कहाँ होल्ड करेगी अब ये देखना पड़ेगा
with our players moving out the wolves from Milter past Kiwoom DRX, who did actually rotate over the water into Milter, which is quite interesting. They were able to jump
दो का स्प्लिट बनाया केरक ने पहाड़ों पर एक ऊपर वाले जो कंपाउंड है बैक साइड
went across that bridge early on, of course, going to the Milter power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now slung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwoom DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
I think 4KRX as well, right? This is sort of the middle portion of the day where you're thinking, okay guys, got to lock in a little bit here, get a bit more energy, some wind back under the sails. They want to push for more. Locked in last place right now in the overall standings. Not the dream whatsoever. We'll see as the zone comes in as well if there's going to be any benefit here, if it pulls up more so towards that north side. No. All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central squads as well. Non-Shin Red Force once again got themselves set up early. There's only Dopeness that were in amongst the split of 2 players from either side. Ulf near there, Fury instantly rotating off the confirmation of the zone, and Tiamba pushing down as well.
From that east side, look how many teams are moving around that Ulf position. Dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one. Remember, Ulf only on 2 players, so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight. In the meantime, it looks like Kiwoom DRX having a tough time of starting against Alpha 7, as 2 of them have already gone down. There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player on the inside.
निकलेगी वो होगी
we've seen of a compound.
Alpha 7 जो
they get that one
बगैर कोई प्लेयर गवाए
effectively run the proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. So for Alpha 7 they'll have to keep on fighting. Fury up, pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so least advantage from that. Liu has limited meds as well. He's going to be able to top himself back up. Fein wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance, so if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation, see if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation, and indeed they do head further and further west, getting out of dodge. So Furia can continue their presence, and the Wolves actually managed to get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but doing okay, I think it's safe to say, and right on top of the final player from Dopeness as well, to try and make your way into the center of the zone. I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie, because It was a kind of crazy thread through all of this. It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Furia were both looking at each other, were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
It could be a good reposition for Alpha 7 as well. Last time we saw them, of course, they had that great injection back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound. Then they were briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that one. Down Yangon, at least one of their players. They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center setup right now from Nonshin. Red Force haven't had to move or fight for anything in quite some time.
And they got 4 of their players alive as well. This is pretty decent news for Tiamba, although that less so. They have taken a knock onto QZZ on that eastern side with RRQ bearing down upon them. In the meantime, Furia starting to come to the forefront of the fighting. As there's 1, there's 2 knocks as well. A flush coming through from Igors. And the nades can't quite repel them, can't quite rebuff them in time. And Maple trying to stand against an onslaught from Furia. This is tough stuff. XCZ also beating the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yangon Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Not enough to punish him with. Chief going to step back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it.
और यहाँ आलगमर का प्लेयर जब नॉक कर दिया जाता है फ्यूरिया की तरफ से फ्यूरिया जो है ये इस फाइट को डोमिनेशन करती हुई 6 पॉइंट के साथ दूसरे नंबर पे आ चुकी है. लेट्स सी फ्यूरिया इस गेम को कैसे निकालेगी. लेट्स सी कि ये सोन फ्यूरिया के लिए क्या बन के आएगा, क्या बन के होगा.
Use the one that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to launch themselves forwards, but I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take on the other Brazilian side. They're not quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie. They're calming things down and hit the deck, belt buckles, meeting dirt.
A lot of noise in the arena right now. Here at the Qadiyah City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery with the energy coming out in support of Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Go Team taking some shots. That's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner, and rightly so. First elim on the board there for Smile.
Yangon Galacticos की तरफ से Yangon Galacticos की तरफ के इर्द-गिर्द player ही player है team.
They want to hunt for more. There are goats out to the west, and they want to find them. Irina and Al-Ula now coming into conflict. Remember, Irina losing a player on the drop, so they are as 3, and 3 players from Al-Ula bearing down upon them. A 4th to join them pretty swiftly too. Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hole. Knocks come through, and the flushes are brutal and coordinated. 2 now players for Al-Ula on the back side of this fight, but there is a 3rd party from Go Up the Hill, R3B, now the last to stand for Al-Ula, and Irina hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off. Final elim there to get into that compound.
No, not for love nor money. Couldn't brute force their way through, but talking of which, look who's in the back line. Goat Team's representative, the solo, of course, arcs the nade through the doorway to try and deal damage. That's going to be the spread from the molly, making it uncomfortable. Another one bounces just off the periphery, trying to thread the needle. The further Molotov goes in, keeping them guessing. 3 nades in the back pocket as well to cycle those over. E-Arena sat, just hoping this shrapnel won't end them as they cower in the building.
More nades being layered on down here from Force.
Around
them, looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast, and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade, and in he goes. Can't even connect on the first. And Irina stay alive as 3. 30 seconds, well, a little bit less now to move before this zone is going to shut them out.
Decent distance to try and conquer as well to get over there, so it's not an easy pathway for them. Representative Goatee there having all blow up in his face, ironic after how many nades he throws. But it is what it is. In the arena, if you thought you'd finally have a safe exit path, no chance to egress yet as DK come back in for even more. 5 nades in the pocket. Let's see if he can do a goat on these. Chuck in one straight through the doorway. Smoke out as well to provide some semblance of cover for them. Easy for Bad Boy trying his luck. They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cycloud up on top as well for Yangon with potential chance on the periphery. Are they even going to get out here, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They got a lot of distance already. 2 players from Irina moving away. Schweppes may be the sacrificial lamb. They have a vehicle that they've stowed earlier or were aware of earlier. Geeky are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Geeky are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this one happen. The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into this one. He's in, and if he's taken too much damage, yeah, for Irina, I feel like Geeky
अब आखिरी प्लेयर बच चुके हैं जो कि अल्फा 7 के मुंह में जा चुके हैं और अल्फा 7 की तरफ से नॉक कर दिया जाएगा। YG जो है वो EA के मोरमन को नॉक कर दिया जाएगा YG की तरफ से, YG के स्माइल की तरफ से।
Been trapped for so long. Every time they get past one squad, another one comes over to punish them once again. So they're farming points off the back of this, with Mormon going down to the play zone. Schweppes barely pushed out. But there's a timeline where he's the only survivor left for Geeky. Fragmented off the back of their engagement. Results in the last to dopeness.
North side, 7-2-1. Tiamba going toe-to-toe, and right now, Tiamba don't seem to have anything in the back pocket, because they've only got 1 player now left standing all the way on the outside. Finally take a tumble. They'd be going down with just the 1 place. Out in the blue, behind the shack. First aid, forwards, but he's already taken right on top of it. It's gonna tick, it's gonna do. That's the final blow.
Tiamba सिर्फ और सिर्फ 3 किल लेके इस गेम से निकलती है। पिछले 2 लगातार किल चिकन डिनर निकालने के बाद गेम में सिर्फ और सिर्फ 3 किल के साथ 3 पॉइंट के साथ निकल जाती है। तो लिहाजा देखना पड़ेगा कि बाकी टीमें इस मौके को कैसे कैश इन करती है। नॉक्सिंग बैट बॉल तो एक कंपाउंड में और अगर ये सर्कल इनके वो इनको सपोर्ट करता तो ये इनके लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा, नहीं तो बहुत बड़ा मुश्किल हो सकती है। और सर्कल जो है वो स्पोर्ट करते हुए यहाँ जो है बहुत सारी तो वो से 3 टीमें ही होगी, अल्फा 7-1 GS और नॉक्सिंग रेड फोर्स। इसके अलावा फ्यूरिया स्पोर्ट हो गई
for a deep run into the game. It may not be a winning position, but it would be brilliant for Tiamba if they'd been able to hold it to convert another strong game. They lost a player earlier on though to RRQ, and I feel like that was kind of the major changing point, that inflection point for the squad. Losing that 1 player, they lost the ability to full force resistance against that crash that came through from 7-2-1 GS. If they had 4 players, I think that would have been a different story. And they could have been the ones on this north side line everyone up as they roll forwards.
Sight for sore eyes for the Alpha 7 fans, you'd imagine as well. Still alive in this game right now, they have the 5 elims to their name. Ravo with a peek out. That's the hovercraft gone, and 1 more member of Yangon Galacticos, taking them down to a triple threat with a backdoor assault as well from Furia onto the sightline. Getting a bit more scary.
Landing not quite on top, goes a little bit too far there. Igors wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7, and Yangon Galacticos are trapped. There's nowhere for them to go. There is no easy way to move forwards. I think that might be Irina in the meantime. Up in 2nd place on the overall standings, but Furia, I think, now guaranteed to be surpassing them. Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them though at this point, and they send straight over the top. Furia are going to have to face off, but Yangon Galacticos not quite able to punch through. Igor's still left down in the dirt. The drop down's just too strong. Yangon cannot get it done.
Furia fighting tooth for now and looking damn good whilst doing it too, but you've got to get your back up. He's been a huge part of the roster, but taking shots at RQ might cut the storyline short for them and leave them in a worse position. It's good damage. Here's the push up though. Oh, the nade over from Chief. The spear of Furia strikes into our RQ.
And there go the rounds, finding that flush as well. There is a knock over onto Igor's, the flush coming through, and Ayala does go down as well. Silence trying to make a break for it, out wide, can't quite connect with the front bumper, but draws some fire, gives some protection, makes a little distraction. Chief is going to fall, and RRQ are going to win out on this trade. In the meantime, a massive flex out coming through from Nongshim Red Force, really timely as well to flex away from their position, to get involved, get stuck in, and will be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least one, but there is a knock, there is a response. However, Obscure also takes that tumble, and Tizzy could potentially find this res if Forever and Carrillo can't get a position, and Lapar could stop them doing just that.
They've got the hillside peak onto it. Rabo exposed from the backside. Looking good. Oh, it's an easy takedown as well onto Obscure that was knocked prior. Such little HP left to play with for Alpha 7. They're not going to be remaining alive for much longer at this point. The split from Nongshim was well timed and well executed. Carrillo, all that remains. Oh, barely missing on the drive up. Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle. Firing off warning shots, but that's all they are, just warnings, as they're gone again. Out in 4th place on this one, leaving our top 3 squads remaining.
What a timing on that Nongshim Red Force as well. That flex out down to the south, really, really instrumental. It gets rid of Alpha 7, and it felt like maybe they were going to lose 1 or 2 players there, but the RRQ peak over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe, and they have managed to get that res, get back to their compound, and back, more crucially, to the circle as it shifts all the way up north. Have to make a mad dash here.
Yeah, Nongshim licking their lips right now. Early game was good for it. Weren't really contested too much. RRQ getting hit by the zone as well, so it's just getting messy out there.
I think they're just going to leave him. For RRQ, they're playing as 2. They're already sprayed out in the open. Another knock sent their way. And 721 GS want to take down the player on the south side. Rayan should have this, but there are shots being fired back. Nongshim Red Force do have the time. Clip those nails. And that's going to leave out now. A 4 versus 3 from the position that Tiamba were holding against Nongshim, who have been in this spot for the longest time.
721 GS had some moments of greatness in the group stage. It feels like if they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they can go further, fight for an opportunity into finals, this is a game they need to win to get themselves in that headspace. For Nongshim, it's more of that consistent force. A team that we know can go above and beyond in a position to do just that, with the advantage of not only their position, but the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side, John.
There's a jump up to second place on the cards for Nongshim Red Force. For 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join towards the top. Early tournament does mean there is incredible on the tables. And Nongshim would like to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TC with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up in smoke, is brilliant, because there's still 2 players who have to crest this ridge, who have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
There's been some great reactions out of them as well. So if it comes to a fair fight, I feel like I've got to back them from some of the angles we've seen, man. A lot of talent. Gunplay's through the roof right now for this team. Coaching staff watching on as well. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best result for the squad. Seems like there's still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside. Vehicle to play with for the rotate.
Do they have the cover though? Can they get there safely? The cannons start to fire. The nades are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position for Nongshim Red Force. So if they can get into nade range of him, that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie, because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forwards. They haven't managed to deal a blow to strike a player down on that crossing. So now they need to go a little bit more bread and butter.
Thing is, if they're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability, I think in reality he might be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second, that off angle, he's so down, punishing you towards the side. His nades as well, every time just eating away at them, draining out some of that additional medical utility. That circle's going to start to crunch him. Really going down to the wire on this one.
Nongshim do have the more central position with their forward spots here. Not too sure how many nades are in the back pocket for 721 GS, but XZY launches one forwards. Doesn't quite go the distance. TZ also lobbing it on in. The volley starts to come on through. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage. Nongshim Red Force. Oh, that looked quite good. That was from Hyun.
ये नेड साबित हो सकता है इनके एंड और यहाँ TZ जो है नॉक हो चुके हैं
A really good
और उनबन की तरफ से दो प्लेयर हो चुके हैं मलिक नॉक हो चुके हैं
up into the sky. Oh, he bounces it down. Alico's going to be forced out wide, but no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations. Fumbles with an 8. Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage. They're being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well.
Grenade.
Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Rahan falls. This isn't looking great now. Down to a solo, trapped in an awkward angle. Shots over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough as Nongshim see red and get that one done. The aggression pays off. Taking the chicken dinner and game free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact on the fight with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent circle shift all the way up to the north does help them out immensely, but even if it had gone south, they had that out control. It felt like they knew what they were doing and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there. A team that, again, you know, we know can rise to the occasion. On the side of that game, they rolled the dice perfectly with what they were given. Really loved that one split where they pushed out as well, right? That was kind of a pivotal play where you saw not only are they happy to just play with their cards close to their chest, but if they need to split off, take aggression to a team that, if got far into that game, like Alpha 7, we know they're very volatile. They can make big plays. You've silenced that early. You've not left it in their hands, John, which makes a big difference for them.
Absolutely. I mean, you take away agency from other teams, you're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find those paths to victory much, much easier, even if you have a little bit more of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
It was on point, on brand. Third game, third chicken dinner, 3 thumbs. It's basic maths, John.
The numbers agree. They have been crunched, just like every other team under the boot of Nongshim Red Force during that last game. Really, really nice stuff. They were obviously in that compound for a very long time. They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid-game, which was really quite safe for them. It was very homely, I'm sure. So good news on that front. But it does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with a flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful bit of kit. An amazing trophy, obviously the pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your emblem inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a previous champion doing it again. But come the end of tomorrow, John, that chance could end for not one of our previous champions, but both of them. They're both here, they're both fighting in the survival stage. Will they make it out? Time will tell. We'll find out later.
डायबिटीज है 1 HP
Çok güzel arkadaşlar. Gel kaldı. Araba sürüyorum. Bana vermesin. Ben sürüyorum. Gel beraber tamam gel. Sür araba sür. Nice oğlum. Çak! Back shot. Let us keep rush. Tiene. Boa, caralho! Porra!
Gue kiri dia. Nomor gak?
Aneh bener anjing. لا يا ابن الفكرة لا
dia. Leve entrada.
نايس يلا برا الفينش
عليك
Alan dışı kaldık. Sağda kimde kaldı? Nice sağ kaldı. Önde kaldı aynen o da. Helal lan.
好的，欢迎来到 Aramco 的实力排行榜。我们今天也是邀请到了 AGL 的选手来给我们现在桌子上的这些战队，然后做一个评级。来，你们现在看上哪个 logo 了？先来一个 Godlike，
跟颜色，
就意思是 C 是吗？OK。Alpha
Seven 吧。
Alpha
Seven。
Seven。
B 吧，毕竟没进决赛嘛。
我没说话，刚才说的。
今年是今年是
刚说的。不知道我跟谁？
好，下一位 IDA Esports。
D。这个往上点，这个
YG
给个 S 吧，
上届冠军
给个 S 吧
，GK
C，
下一个
F， 这个 F 很配啊，这个
好 UF
给个 B 吧，
给个 B 吧。
好，接下来 Aurora 老熟人，
给他 S 吧，
这个 S 啊，
好 S 已经有2位了
，40，
这个不是很猛吗？
对啊，
那直接给他
A 跟 S 中间呗。
我觉得这个应该给到 S 吧，都这么
还有这么多呢，
没事啊，下面也很
就凭人家是冠军，行。
RQ
给到 B。
OK， 这个放哪儿
？F， 这个放到 E 吧，高那个 S 出去1等就行了，压他一头够了啊。
只需要压他一头。接下来
这个给到夯吧，
夯。
哇，这 S 有点太多了。
这个
来排个这个
A 吧 A， 这个
小蜜蜂，
那 B 跟 A 的中间呗
，B 加
B 跟 A 的中间，我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵啊！现在
马上就来了
，EA 来了
，A 必须得 A 啊，
因为它对比你在 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
？S 加，必须是压那个Aurora跟黑豹一坨，稍微挪一下，挪到一边。
对。哦，懂你意思。
这个更别说了。
这个呢，龙息。
刚 S 刚有一个空位啊。
NGX
给个 A 吧。
接下来 Hora
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有。
对，我觉得贴很完美，
很完美，
没有要变的了。
没有，
是的。
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
Where am I? Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan Expo for PUBG Mobile in Naruto. There's a lot of awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th. Come check out the awesome collaborations between them, PUBG Mobile, Naruto, and a bunch more as we have just a random man flying by. You didn't even get a chance to see that one. Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about Nanshin Brand Force. We're joined by Barney, Maxman, and another, the Neptura. Nanshin Red Force with an amazing gameplay in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nanshin Red Force dropping Razen shurikens all over the place here on Erangel. Very excited to see a win, but despite that being a win, it was not a very impressive win because they dropped farm. They literally play there the entire game. It was kind of a gifted game for them, but you know what? I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
You know what? You heard it here first, folks. But oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
Speedy. Who is that?
Who was that, bud?
It was me. He doesn't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
Just a fun segment. Welcome to PMWC at EWC 26. What were you going to say, Natura?
No, I was just going to say, yes, they were heavily gifted this win. Heavily. However, Tizzy, being that anchor point, is what won them the game. And I will say that you are looking at a team that knows how to play this game. That's all I gotta say, right? Because Tizzy moving up to that rock, making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his teammates to push forward into nade range onto 721, so that even when Tizzy did get knocked, it didn't matter. The game was already won. So that kind of synergies, that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see. And it made it more of a win than just being gifted that win. They made that win happen.
They did make that win happen. TC with the off angles, and then 721 helping them out by just absolutely fumbling a nade. If you do all that kind of stuff, you'll definitely be able to get a win. But you were asking, what is this segment? Let me just give a quick reminder of what's going on. This is the fan zone experience for PUBG Mobile lovers. So make sure you guys come check it out. As I said earlier, open August 11th through the 16th. You can come here, maybe get some cool Naruto bandanas, maybe get some extra swag, check out some of the other collaborations currently going on, and with some prizes. But oh, what, you got that one from here?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this man is
nice.
swagged out.
It's mine. Don't touch it.
But Barney, while we have you here, when you come into survival stage, we usually have to talk about the mentality of some of these players, right? Because there is no second chance after this one. It is make it to top 6 or go home. And some of those squads are currently making sure they put them that performance here on survival stage.
It's true, yeah, as your hat comes flying off your head. I think that one of the things to take note of the most is the mentality coming into the survival stage is very different. Now, we're seeing teams like Tiamba who only managed to get 49 points in the group stage. However, coming off the back of that, like, they've already managed to conquer those 49 points in the space of 3 games out of the 12. So it's really impressive to see the adjustments made coming into the survival stage, and I think Al Ula managed to put their best foot forward, but they kind of tapered off a little bit. But the team to focus on right now is kind of Alpha 7. They're moving with hesitation. They're not moving with confidence, so the synergy is slightly off. It seems like they keep getting themselves in a pinch, and this is what was causing them issues in the group stage as well. So Neptura, I think that Alpha 7 need to step it up a gear, or at least move with some sort of confidence.
I agree, and I also want to point out Fury as well as another team that I want to see step up a little bit. They're doing better, but it's just not the same. That it was a very weird push around from Silence to be coming over into that vehicle, moving away from his team just as they're getting pushed, and trying to come back for a distraction thing. But really, the better option would have been an off angle. We should have seen Silence able to have an off angle play and then try and help his teammates. In the way, he kind of abandoned them. That's what it felt like. And so I want to see that sort of tactic being shaped up a little bit to actually help them, not hinder them.
I gotta say though, looking at the end of this game, especially with the replay, it's 721 sure don't get themselves the chicken dinner, but the smokes to deny vision from all of Nongshim Red Force as they tried to leave their own compound. Again, that they've had pretty much the entirety of this game was very impressive. So 721, despite not getting a win, very excited to see if they can do more in the next coming games.
Yes, we're looking at the overall ranking right now. You can see Tiamba with the performance that they had earlier, continuing on at the top there. Nongshim Red Force with that win, they do end up jumping up, but a team that I'm happy to see here, 2 teams actually, Max, that I'm happy to see here is none other than Furia and RRQ.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. RRQ in particular, a team that can be very topsy-turvy. Here, the entry point to the eastern side, it was very easy for them to hold it because no one even tried to contest it away from them the entire time. But their third party on the likes of Furia, Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7 was absolutely beautiful. Then the Circle had a different plan in mind, which is forcing them downhill, which, as we saw there, it's really hard for them to make it work out. So overall, very happy with them. And Miramar in particular, I need to see some RRQ presence.
Yeah, we need to see some. RRQ actually, they ended up doing a cool rotation a little bit towards the end of the game where they ended up going south. It seemed like they were going to be a bit too passive, but then we saw the aggressiveness out of them. And I'm loving that we're getting more people, more stuff from PUBG Mobile just joining us here. Got a cool chat. How's your day going? Pew, pew. Okay, cool. Hey, that's what's up, man.
I tell you what, though, I've got to say, a team to look out for today is GOAT Team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep putting up numbers, though.
But they've only got 3 placement points, which is very interesting. So more eliminations are good, but I want to see more like top 5 finishes. If they do that, Barney, agreed, they are a very scary team.
Aggressiveness. That's what it is with that team. They're going to be able to see it. Barney, I think you have something to do after this one, so Oh, and he's gone. Well, thanks for joining us, Barney. Hopefully you have fun at this stage. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you there shortly. He could have just done the, what's the name of that jutsu, Max? Where you just end up appearing?
Shadow clone jutsu, you want to do? Like, you create yourself a clone of yourself and you disappear?
Hey, we did that for the PUBG Mobile guide, and we're able to kind of show up here.
Play
So
unknown
that's
jutsu
perfect.
right now. Look at that. Yeah.
Any teams that have surprised you today, Natura, besides the obvious ones?
For me, Yangon. The Yangon are back to their day one of the group stage that we saw. I was saying they have a lot more presence, and so far over the last few games, we have seen that return after their second day where they just were non-existent again. Really liked how they played the southeast side there, Seven. They were really, really heavy on those splits. SayCloud moving over to, who was it? Who was going over there? The EA GOAT fight off onto the western side. He was monitoring that fight, regrouping, trying to make a push happen. So very, very sort of aggressive in that mentality, aggressive in that gameplay, even if it's not super aggressive onto actual players.
Yangon, honestly, it's the defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since last PMWC when we talk about PUBG Mobile Esports Global event. And one team that's actually surprising us in a bad way here, Max, and we have to talk about them.
No.
It's Ulf.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. But genuinely, look at their rotations. They get not terrible positions, but the main issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments, they're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on your entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf the best, and that's what we saw from him back in PMGC last year, even PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. They were getting so many points because of that edge playstyle. Center here, if it's not a solid position, like I'm talking, it's not a compound, they're just going to get decimated right away. And Ulf, in a lobby of this caliber 7, we know you're going to struggle if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive. They're able to, especially with what you're saying, when they're able to play edge, they are going to be able to take full advantage of that. But right now, them not being able to play how we've seen them in the past is not working for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's the same with Furia when you're talking about that edge play, that edge rotation, that spread coming on through. They're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here, is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up or you're going to go out.
Yeah, and that's hopefully what's going to be happening as we have hit the halfway mark of day one survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. But I'm wanting to watch the game. So we're just going to send it over to Barney and Luty. I'm out of here.
Looty. Back we are. Back we are. The survival stage. What does survival mean to you?
I mean, just survive with the minimum you can have, you know?
Surviving with the minimum. That's interesting. Okay. Looty, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
I mean, like, 4 days. I just need a little bit of food, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, you got food. You get one other thing. What else
Only
did you
one?
have? Yeah, one.
I mean, just a bottle of waters.
A bottle of water. Oh, it appears like your dreams have come true.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is cool, isn't it? Right, I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy.
But Barney, it was like it was just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm not gonna stay on stage. It's a small bottle. Okay, I will figure out. Back to you, casters. I need another one. Barney!
Let's get it going as we're getting ready for the final 3 matches of day 1 of the survival stage. I'm Jukes here with my man Blake, and we are ready to go here.
There we are. It's been a good time so far. Tiamba currently.
Yes.
They are
hitting everybody with that forbidden jutsu. You know what I'm talking about?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know, because they are dominating the lobby. It's about time, man. I mean, Tiamba was a team I had going into this one, automatic lock to the finals. To even see them here in the survival stage has been pretty wild to me. But it's about time we see them make it happen here.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I think for Tiamba, this is already a fantastic start. They just need to keep on working, keep on grinding. I think right now QZ's kind of feeling it. So is Milu. Milu's doing wonderful work. I think Maxim was rightly highlighting him earlier on in the day. We are getting in towards our 4th match though, hitting up Erangel. We are over from that eastern side down towards the south and over up Noya. It's a little bit of an awkward one to work with here, Hot Jukes, but we have had pretty much disgusting plane pairs followed by disgusting circles the entirety of EWC 2026 here at PMWC. So I didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, these zones have just been relentless. It's unbelievable. You know what? But it's all about being able to adapt, able to make those plays and make it happen. So we're looking right now at the overall ranking. We're only looking at top 6. It's top 6 that move on. Everybody else is going home here. So right now that cutoff is going to be GOAT with 22 points. It's going to be really up to these teams down below to start turning things up right now. I think they've kind of already burned through the bad games that they can have.
If there's anything to go by our previous groups, though, we're kind of looking at 85 points, roughly. Sure. Don't quote me on that in future, but I think for what we saw going into top 5 in what was a pretty tough group, we were looking at 95. There was that point sponge over the top side in Vitality, though, so maybe 85 to 90 points overall for 6th, and it goes up from there. Right now, Tiamba, they're pretty close to hitting that. They need like 40 more points on the day, which is a ridiculous next 3 games for any team. But they could lock themselves in fairly easily at the end of today, and that really does take a lot of the stress off. So any more points they can get right now, he's fantastic. They're starting off wonderfully over towards Yaz. It's an early dropout as well, so they get very looted very quickly. Then it's a case of just figuring your way out over towards that western edge. But there are a couple more teams we do need to talk about. RQ, for instance, goodness me, good job to them. I think that although they haven't been massively loud in these games, some decent rotates, some good presence in these endgame circles. Nothing insane just yet, but I think for RQ this feels like a much more comfortable ride. You know, we got the suspension going at the moment for RQ. Let's just keep that happening. Let's stay on the smooth roads.
Yeah, speaking of, you know what? Where we're going, we don't need roads. You can see Yasser already getting in the glider off the rip here. He's going to be keeping an eye over Severny. But you know what? You guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that Ninetales Fury AUG. You definitely want to get your hands on that before it is gone. And you can see Yasser, he said, okay, I got the glider, I got my Murado, we are ready to go here.
Yeah, no reason to stick around much longer. I mean, they made a quick approach over towards Severny. Get yourself the loot truck if you can. It's going to be a little bit late for it, but they should be all right. For Alula, though, Severny, a lot of options towards the future, but we're likely moving down towards Fields, Gakko Way, Pachinki, so they do have to shove through quite a few teams that have layered themselves over towards the top side of Rozhok and beyond. That's Yasnaya. Beyond is Yasnaya Ruin.
That is correct.
South George, yeah. Everyone knows that.
Everybody knows
That's
that.
a classic.
Yeah, it is the classic. So, I mean, this is kind of it's good to see a more normal-ish circle here. About time.
Well, actually,
you know?
Yeah,
it's about time we actually see one here. So I think these teams are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. And now it's time for, to kind of get rid of any excuses, especially for these teams down in that bottom 8 to really start playing catch up here, because Rondo has just been proving that map that it's just such a wild card for all these squads. We saw a 39-point game for E-Arena in just one single one. So yeah, teams at the bottom could have a crazy pop-off match, but a team at the top could do it as well. So I think if you have the opportunity, like a normal circle here, you got to take advantage of it.
You do. I think right now is an easy time to be going for something a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out. For Wolves, hey, you're not their biggest fan at the moment, which is totally understandable. It's understandable. It's totally understandable. There has been some, let's say, minor mistakes here and there from Wolves, but this is a good start for them. And I think it always has been difficult as time goes on with those kind of circles. If you're not experienced, you don't have that idea of how to play that at a lobby this level, you are going to get caught out. But this is a big chance. Now for Wolves, if they go out pretty early here, I think we can safely say to ourselves, it's not likely happening over the next couple of days, because this is a big chance for them.
Yeah, it really is. And you have to utilize these opportunities here. You're not given them very often. And if you can't even capitalize on something like this, it's just a terrible, terrible sign. I mean, yeah, we've seen some miracles happen in the past, but with how consistent this lobby is already kind of showing, because, that was the problem when I saw the list for the survival stage. I was looking at some of these team names, and I was like, this is a problem, right? We got our previous champions here, right? We've got our PMGC champions here. We have our PMMI champions here, right? It's like,
It's Champ Squad.
It's like Champ City. You got Tianba, who almost won PMMI, and so many other great names as well. So yeah, you just can't afford to slip here at this stage. And that Wolves play in the group stage of accidentally hitting that rock.
Yeah, that upset you, dude.
That broke my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, thank goodness Baton hit the most ridiculous like head pan shot out of a vehicle I have ever seen. To
It's like minus 1,000 aura and then plus 1,001.
Literally,
Yeah.
like so it evened out. But if they don't make it to finals here,
negative on that one.
it's going right back down, dude. Oh.
Yeah, I think for definitely, I will say honestly, Elementrix has been impressing me. There's been some good moments. I think if Wolves take anything away from this event, it's definitely team cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually all these players are like fairly decent, but we don't see these crazy team plays coming out from them. We don't see them work together like massively well. I still think they should be very, very proud to be here and getting through to survival stage though, because this is a really tough tournament. I mean, you just highlighted the amount of champions we have in survival stage.
Yeah.
Very cool, by the way. But yeah, I do think because the circles were so insane over towards groups, yeah, some teams were able to get in that maybe wouldn't have been able to before, but you got to look back on the circles, and I think there was a lot of deserved wins, honestly.
Oh, sure.
I think it was just hard. It was a very, very competitive current lobby at the moment. This is a very fun survival stage. This doesn't feel like we're really just culling the necessary amount of teams. It's like we're going to say goodbye to some real heavy hitters here. Some teams that, honestly, I would have liked to have seen through to the finals. We still got one more day left, though. Okay, I don't have to shed any tears just yet.
Yeah, one more day is definitely a good opportunity for these teams to get it done. And it's so crazy, right? And I think the big reason on top of it why we see so many monster squads in this lobby is because in the group stage, good games were okay. You know, we saw just something special that just made things so wild. I mean, Team Vitality on day one.
Yo,
dude, Vitality was just absolutely insane. I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance? And the answer was always, what the? And then you just fill in the blank, you know?
Yeah, bro. 100%.
It was just shock and awe. Like, I don't even know what to even say to it. And, I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of those things where there isn't much to say. It's like, it is shock and awe. That's essentially what it is. I think there's not much to be said in terms of like what they did wrong or what they did right, because it's just a case of you guys played out your minds. When we see you winning, we're just happy for you. We're just happy for you. Yeah, it sucks that we're going to struggle to make our way in now, but goodness me, you guys definitely deserved it. It made Group B very, very difficult for some other teams. We had such a tight, knit top 5 when it came down to it. A lot of teams like sitting on that 90-point border up towards, I think, 3rd place, because I believe it was only really Godlike who were able to break out of that 3-digit boundary, get up there. But yeah, everyone else was struggling. It was right down to that last game, which did shift up the rankings massively and led to E-Arena being here now.
Unreal, dude. Honestly, like that's like probably what frustrates me the most, dude. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like E-Arena, 39-point game 1. How do you break a record like that and just still not make it to the finals? I'm glad I wasn't on the desk there, because I would have gone absolutely crazy. But oh, here we go. We're getting to the action. It's Tianba once again catching out Alula quick. Ooh, Yasser getting punished as well. Tianba not messing around here on rotation. Also in the feed, we see 721GS getting to it with the Wolves. That's bringing out back and forth. Looks like one of the Wolves players does get thirsted, so they're going to be stuck with 3. Man, there's that crazy fight going on here, because now we see 721 getting in with RRQ. There's a battle going on all back and forth.
Well, it totally makes sense. When you get the circle come down towards the south side, there's a lot of fielded over towards the northwest and down towards the south. There's some very key compounds, some very key areas of the map you want to take control of around these trees. And we already know from watching groups, these players and these teams are not afraid to get stuck in 4 strong areas of the map. And it does cut out a lot of players quite quickly. 721GS, they went down. They struggled off the back of it. Right now, Ulf is trying to rotate on through. Geek's finding shots over towards Tianba. They do lose 1 player because of that. But yeah, everyone wants a strong spot inside the circle. It's just amused me that Tiamba's taking a lot of damage. They're currently playing around Pachinki. I don't think they expected players to be up towards Church right now, taking shots off of this one. But fair enough to Geek. It's a good, well-laid trap.
Yeah, they're going to hold this spot for as long as they possibly can. Oh, Marnet getting popped on the roof there. And he's going to go ahead and get back to safety. Fight timing is what it's all about here at this stage, especially in the survival stage. You kind of get into one of these engagements just a little too early on rotation. Boom, you're getting third partied, fourth partied by all these teams that are just desperately hunting eliminations. Sometimes it is a little bit better to try to avoid those fights unless you know for sure we could finish it out like really, really quick. But it just goes to show you these rotations are not simple, especially when Team C finally a like normalish zone, right? It's like,
well, I want the best spot.
Yeah,
I want the best spot right now.
Best spot. Yeah, not second best, the best.
Yeah, you sort of know how to play these circles. They're not awkward. They're not like split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this type of thing. But yeah, heading down towards the south side, it does feel a bit rough. For Alpha 7, they're currently trying to play off the back of the high ground that's out towards the eastern side of Quarry. But they have since left. Obscure still left behind, quite far away. But we will get our next circle coming through soon. Where does it head up here, Jukes?
Oh, I think we just go dead center. Oh, okay, we go a little bit up on the northern side. Okay, we got a Pachinko field finish. Right to the right side of Chopsticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. You got Alpha 7 there on that left edge. Most likely going to wrap all the way to that north side towards Ruins. But man, that Ruins position, not really the best, especially if that circle decides to back on south. You know, when I see PMWC, you know what it reminds me of, Blank?
What?
It reminds me of like those days when you were doing your homework, preparing for a test.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the test happens and it's like nothing you studied for.
Yeah, they switched out the papers. Yeah, that's the worst.
You're like,
that is the
what?
worst.
I spent hours studying these certain maps, these little areas, and then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back and forth a little bit, you know, but finally it's something that seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, these were in the footnotes.
Yeah.
We had these. I was able to revise. I'm good to go. So a lot of teams are ready to send in them towards here. A lot of teams trying to avoid Pachinki though, which is making a little bit of a vacuum on that northeastern side. Just because no one really wants to send towards Pachinki too early on. You get trapped out there. Very bad time trying to leave. You could play the rooftops potentially and have a little bit of presence, but I think most squads are realizing that this is not the play to go for. KRX down towards the south side. Not a terrible spot. They're out on the cusp of the fields. This is a decent area to work with. It does sit underneath the high ground that a lot of teams aren't really heading over towards just yet. They'd rather try and locate a little bit of a safer position to play. You don't want to be in the open because teams might just end up starting to crash you at that point in time. GOAT team also will find a little bit of a tricky rotation from that south side because they need to move up full through the fields. The biggest thing I'm most interested in right now is this split from RRQ. They are trying to control the majority of that western side.
Yeah, that's a crazy split, to be honest. I think, yeah, just trying to find some intel, waiting for this next circle to decide where things are going to end up. I'm finally seeing a little bit more traditional kind of circle rotations from Alpha 7. Once they saw that northern shift, they hugged that circle all the way up to the top. So they're going to be taking the blues up here, as we can see. And
yeah.
Very, very OG from them. But, man, what's going on with them in their end games right now? They've just been struggling. They can get into some decent fights, but even in the last game or this game before, we saw, you know, Carrillo, Revel driving, hitting these crazy shots out of the car. I feel like if they just kind of go back to the basics,
yeah,
see them really perform to their maximum level.
It sort of used to feel like teams would avoid Alpha 7. Like, that's a team you didn't really want to bump into. And I think for especially Miramar, a lot of times they kind of suffocated teams out. We do get a northern shift on this one, which means that Alpha 7's not in a terrible spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one, trying to hold out teams, trying to swing around. But yeah, I don't think we've seen much times in the past, like Revo and Carrillo just dry pushing, no smokes, no nothing, over towards a location. Felt like a bit of a desperation move, so we'll wait and see. Again, as we know, they are trying to work some new tactics in right now to make it work.
That's just pretty wild to me. I mean, I think right now you're in the survival stage. Do with what you know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you're ahead by 100 points, then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now, it's just making sure you make it into that top 6. With this circle, though, the crowd is starting to get hyped because they know that this is a beautiful zone for them. And meanwhile, we got some teams that are going to have to be pushing from the south side. You got GOAT trying to find their way in. You got Fudia, Nongshim Red Force as well, looking for a spot in this next circle. And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out Claws. And that actually is going to be Alula eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
Alpha 7 do find shots over towards Yangon Galacticos. Again, good setup from them. They were trying to cut off a eastern rotate over towards the position. I think for them right now, they understand that they were likely one of the teams that is only on that northern side. Not a lot of other teams had to make that approach. They didn't have much choice in the matter. So for them, they're like, okay, there's going to be some teams probably rotating out from Pachinki here, or at least trying to wrap around on that eastern edge. We sort of know that a team will be holding the compound over towards our southwest side, which is currently RRQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to pop off, but that's not going to endanger Alpha 7. Right now, though, Foosman does walk around the corner. Killer Joe also with the JS9 do some good work. Go is just cleaning RRQ out. Now, this is the man to be worried about, though. It is Lepar. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
Chops out the vehicle and hits the shot. No way. He jumps through that window and makes it happen. And now you got Force from GOAT. Gonna go ahead and get this res. But a crazy there from the park. And now here comes Irina, quick on the third party, trying to soak up some of these eliminations. Perfect timing as well. GOAT is hurt. They are not looking too hot here. And Turney K up close and personal, looking to catch one of these knocks. Oh, they're instantly thirsting this. They're getting it done. Irina making it happen against GOAT. Perfectly timed, and that is GOAT pretty much done and dusted here.
Great read from Irina, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They do not want to have to go out. Good nade as well around the corner. Tries to make this as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this. There's nobody nearby. Now, for Irina, you do have to think clearly for a second here. They just cleared out 2 teams on the western side. They have so much space to work with. Really good third party off the back of that one. So many teams over towards the eastern side. We had a very eastern plane path to start this off. So they just have a lovely amount of room at the moment. This is beautiful stuff for them.
Beautiful indeed. Yeah, so that west side is clear for Irina. They're looking to get some of their aura back after losing it in the group stage. Wolves, though, there we go, starting to make some noise. Next zone does pop on up. This is the blessing that Alpha 7 have been waiting for. Honestly, this is no excuse at this point. A7 need to hunt down a double-digit elimination win here. Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Fudia, though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to finish this fight fast. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are hurt really bad, and they got to get it done quickly.
Great scatter, though, coming through from XZZ as well as Flower H. Both went either side on the back of that one, ensured they wouldn't immediately get taken down by a secondary grenade. And they're just going to back this off. They don't want to spend any more time here. They see that Wolves are coming in from the western side. Not bothering to deal with Furia just yet. I mean, AGL is like, why are you chasing us?
Au revoir.
Go fight that team.
Adios. See ya. We don't want none of this right now. But we'll fight you guys later once we get into this circle. So they set up a nice little car wall here, and they get away. So beautifully played for them. Honestly, that was the right play. They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game, this is not the place to do it. So now Fudia are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on in. KRX was waiting for him, though. Oh, this is a really, really rough push from the Wolves. There's really nowhere to go here, and they are barely making it out alive for now.
For the Wolves, it's a mad send, right? I mean, there was definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the fight to Fury in the first place, clear out that south side, and then play it slow in from the southern edge, then to even look over towards Ulf. So for Wolves, I can see that they're trying to reach for something. For Alpha 7, though, they have a wonderful spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side. They control half the circle here, Dukes. They have to do something big with this. Last game, they were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They were very hesitant in their approach there. Again, they seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a western rollout here from one of their players get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future. As long as they have information, they should be good, because info at this point is king.
Yes, it is, and Carrillo's gonna go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're gonna go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive, right? They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Furia on the drive, full squad in the vehicle, moving up little by little. KRX is badly hurt here, and Chief's gonna start throwing a lot of util, but Tianba Eagle with the very, very slim peaks, punishing Furia.
Yeah, Tianba know the position they're in. They want to clear out as much as possible. They've caused some casualties right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks like a fairly decently placed grenade. Goes long. Ooh, the damage it did there over towards Hoxie. That's rough. Getting another knock there would have been very useful. But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job. Guizhou, extremely long shot here. But this is the thing, Alpha 7, they have this northern side. They should absolutely just win this game. It's like one of the freest games I've seen in a while. But it's annoying because, right, you give Alpha 7 a game like this, you know they should win. And you know they probably will win as well, Jude.
They have to win. It's not even just they will, right? They have to win this. If they lose this, this is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team. We saw a picture of the crowd right there. They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up, though. As we look over here towards Slaughterhouse, Geeky going to be holding it down with 4 eliminations so far.
Yeah, not a terrible game here from Geeky. They started off well. A little trap laid over towards Church. Able to quickly get some shots off. Alpha 7, though, continuing to try and wrap round. They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in from that northern edge. They don't want anyone wrapping on their north side. They'd rather keep everyone on the southern edge towards them, and they can just play full 180 broadside, which is so much easier than trying to deal with snakes in the grass in the late game.
All out A7 has to do is just play old school PUBG mode.
Pretty much,
literally,
yeah.
just
very old
school, tried and true. Nothing needed to be done here special. No crazy drives, trying to shoot people out the vehicle. No kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's where Alpha 7 has been so strong. They've been a squad to where, like, if you knock a player, they feel almost impossible to take out. It's like they get 10 times angrier, and we haven't seen that so much in a while, actually. So let's see if they can get to form here. They're playing it very close together. Revel going up a little bit here, trying to find some angles on the Mormon on the tractor. And Mormon hits the deck immediately.
Mormon's underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations in this game. This should get them back into the running quite quickly.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Revel, I think I saw him with about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for Ace. It's honestly, this is a dream game for anybody in their position, and they're doing very solid here. We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only Zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tampa, though, another fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
4 elims. I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give him another 20 on today, and then we can lock them in. But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow, or at least some devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards a player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps come through, because you're waiting for Geeky as well as Yangon Galacticos to be pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked right there, because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And that knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But the next zone does center on up a little bit to the south here, so A7 are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. they're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious on the moment. It's Tiamba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think that Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down E-Arena's approach, which I think is smart. And Revo, definitely the guy you want on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Revo's the perfect pick because he has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ, and he knows the most important thing right now is just me not getting knocked.
Yeah.
I just got to stay here, apply some pressure, ensure that I do not get taken out, because if Revo gets knocked here, the chances of him getting thirsted and Alpha 7, really being at a disadvantage is massive.
Well, when you leave out those buildings as well, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right? Around that rocky outcrops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as GK, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from way, way earlier. Now Tiamba's even getting involved.
Guasao getting a little antsy here with that vehicle. He's got to be careful not to get knocked, as the next zone is starting to close. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E-Arena have already, because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit the laydown. He's going to be throwing some smokes, pushing up little by little by little. Oh, Tourniquet, he's got a whole bunch of ammunition, so E-Arena are set up for this one.
He's got a bag, but if Tourniquet goes down first, that's a lot of util just out the window. QZZ not opting to send these nades close. I like this from Tourniquet, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back lines over towards Schweppes. Good shot over towards Eagle. Oh! Immediately refrag. QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these nades a little bit closer.
Those vehicles really protecting the side arena. That one hurt, though, and that is going to be Schweppes done and dusted. Mormon done. Tourniquet is the one. Up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ. QZZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Tourniquet with the laydown finally stands up here, and that short nade hurt him big time!
What are we doing?
QZZ that shuts him down!
Come on, man. Still got the nade out. You've got the tree cover. Just pull out a shotgun, something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side. QZZ. Real play from him there. GK, though, took advantage of that. Will swing around the side. And now Alpha 7, they have full control. What was that?
And just like that, GK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Revo goes down, and now they're gone. GK said,
it's done.
Yeah, see you later, Alpha 7. This is our game to win.
But again, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that fight with E-Arena a lot sooner. A little bit of hesitation almost. For GK, dude, GK played that game pretty crazily, honestly, towards that end game. But I respected the aggression.
What happened? How do you lose that? Yeah, look at that. Carrillo scratching his head. He's like, did we just lose that game? It was in the bag. It was in the bag. It was handed on a silver platter. There's no excuses, guys. Come on. These are our previous PMGC champions. At a certain point, we got to hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
For Tiamba there, it's an awkward one, right? I think they assume most of the players are further behind the tree line. They get the first couple of knocks here. It's a bit awkward. I think if they started throwing some nades a little bit closer, might have been a different story. But yeah, for Alpha 7, the game just kind of fell apart almost instantaneously. Rough stuff for them. But they play it how they should do up until that final moment. Again, I think right now at PMWC and EWC, the aggression is at an all-time high. You can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. They needed to get angry, but instead they're driving around in vehicles looking for intel, getting knocked. This is just so wild to see.
I'm nading.
I don't have car.
I'm nading them.
I will go there. Go, guys. Go close.
Oh, they are locked here.
Go close.
One behind, drop on us. I lost him last one behind us.
Nice, boys!
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks. They close it down in a beautiful fashion. They don't hesitate at all. And that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you were at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you got to finish. And GK said, you know what? We know how to get it done.
I think we saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Creo as well as Revo, like, they're pulling off, I think it was Guiza actually, they're pulling off from the angle at that point in time. But the difference between them and GK there is GK's taking control of the game, whereas realistically Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against GK, they were already living on massive high, flew around the side and just hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team, deserves all the love he gets, honestly, but there's no one in survival stage right now, there's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on them because
they go to second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating if they're the 7th place team by just a few points. And we've seen it happen so many times.
No, I agree.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. You know, like, oh, this is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalaris ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listen in with them when we can. But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly far into it. I think it was maybe a top 4 that they got there. They're just churning out points still churning out those points. Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalaris to hear a little bit more from Fury.
Thank you, boys. Hogging all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to, as you say, Blank, here for all of this. So let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for survival stage. A lot of people expecting good things from Furia. What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No primeiro dia do Survival Stage. Vocês estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente está muito tranquilo e viemos para amassar hoje.
We are very relaxed and we came just to demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then. When you were rotating along the beach below Primorsk, eventually you came back and dealt with Nongshim Red Force for some more eliminations, and then continued to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
Sobre a queda de Erangel ali, a rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk, depois voltando para pegar Nongshim. Esse jogo foi bem difícil. O que vocês acham que faltou um pouco, né, para a vitória de vocês nesse jogo em específico?
A Cal foi travar as costas e nós brigamos com a NS e depois, para ter uma progressão para frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo um. Acho que dificultou isso a play.
So the call out was just like to hold our backline. So Nongshim arrived and we got them. But when we managed to like lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why it kind of ended our
run, yeah, as a whole. All right, thank you very much, Chief, for joining us here. As now we head on over to Barney, who's ready with Nongshim Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot. So coming into the survival stage, what elements were you guys focusing on in order to just make sure that you could most definitely come out of the survival stage and into the finals?
이제 엑시 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로 아쉽게 이제 파이널 직행을 좀 놓치셨는데 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에 와서는 좀 어떤 거를 중점으로 좀 개선을 하려고 노력하셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 사실 뭐 연초부터 WC 직전까지 연습했던 게 결국 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내거나 대회전을 통해서 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내는 걸 연습했었는데 저희가 그룹 스테이지에서는 교전보다는 생존하려는 게임을 하지 않았나 생각을 했었고 그게 피드백이 돼서 이제 이거 서바이벌 스테이지에서는 교전 중심적으로 풀어나가려고 하고 있습니다.
Well, from the start of the year, I think what we have prepared for WC coming here, it was just to take their spots from the gunfights, or we have a grand scale of turnaround, and then maybe we can take their spots as well with the gunfights. However, in the group stage, we didn't do that play. We mostly focused on surviving and inside the circle. So this stage in survival, there's no second chances. So we try to focus on our gunfight, what we have practiced, and we try to show our plays what we had prepared for.
Well, map 3's been particularly good for you guys, but let's talk a little bit about map 2 and map 4, both on Erangel, of course, but you've been, on both occasions, rotating through the south side of the circle, and on both occasions tried to kind of clear out the teams that are in that south side, like Furia being that team both times, and you kind of failed to capitalize on that and then push forward. Were you just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you, and what could you have done differently to be able to come out of that, with a potential win?
사실 2매치, 4매치 에란겔에서 사실 좀 교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가진 않았습니다. 특히나 이제 자기장 바깥쪽에서의 교전이 그렇게 좋게 흘러가진 않았는데요. 특히나 이제 퓨리아와의 교전에서 좀 지는 모습이 나왔었는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐다고 생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명을 해주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
저희가 교전 시도를 그룹 스테이지처럼 안 하고 파이널에 올라갔을 때 좋은 성적을 기대할 수 없다고 생각해서 최대한 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에서 교전에서 지더라도 교전 감을 찾으려고 계속 교전을 시도하는 모습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after this, in the group stage, we avoided gunfights as much as possible. However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up. But Nongshim Red Force, Quizzy, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate your time. Now, go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
Congratulations, Geekhead, you got the win. But right now, Alpha 7's back, baby. This team, I've been wondering where you have been. We haven't seen you in such a long time. In this game, we actually got a chance to see the Alpha 7 that I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Welcome back, everybody, to PMWC at EWC 26. I'm joined by Lace, the amazing dress. Damn, Jackie, you're looking good, my boy. Oh, looking fresh. Neptura and the 7WG, but Neptura.
Yes.
It was supposed to win an Alpha 7 win.
It was supposed to be. We'll get to that in a second. But first of all, Alpha 7 doing a fantastic job on those early game rotations. That's what got them that second place win, because the zone was centering up. They made a full rotation down to the south side. Zone moves up to Pachinki and they go, ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side. So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position, not only in the zone, but in comparison to where the other teams were, right? Because all the other teams were on the southeast side, all battling each other. And for the longest time, A7 just were having a picnic up there.
Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto GK. But then Alpha 7 were a little slow heading on and up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain, a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through. But I think the mistake may have came from Revo not telling them that GK is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message, which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with EARE and Tiamat.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way, Alpha 7, to third-party this, because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with GK, and you were going to have to do something at some point, especially with the way that the circle was going. That delay for Alpha 7 lost them the game.
Yeah, man, you got to bring it 7. Look, I'll be honest with you, when I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek as like an insult. Obviously, it's very different these days. You got GK right now, honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the server, and that's kind of what you need. But I think Alpha 7, as much as they're pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like, something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom, because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
I'm shooketh. And from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And I don't know what's happened. This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket of placement, but then they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting Tiamat on their left-hand side there, but they kind of just played there. They played there nice and safe. And then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle. And this is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like some more sort of information to it, but this is not what we saw in the group stages. This is not what we've saw from international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say shout out because GK did win that match. Kevin won that match for them. I'm going to say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba were having that fight. He was the one to push forward, get that info, and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day one. They ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency because usually we see a bit of a slip-off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the sort of tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like, later rotates, they perform better on that battleground, for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, GK, Tianba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for GOAT, we're going to have to point out those placement points because, my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations, but the beautiful thing is if you find yourself later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim, Reinforced, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually, all 3 teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all 3 of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points, but Nongshim 16 and 16, E-Arena 13 and 18. They're able to be very consistent on both fronts, and yeah, GOAT definitely need to take a page out of their book.
They just need a top 5. Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them in that top 6. So greatest of all time. Let's go.
Please,
I think they can do it.
Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second bench of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is a squad once again. This is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGAL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case because we are past the halfway mark here at PMWC at EWC 26 for survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris and Maxman. Went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys have already talked ad nauseum about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Because here in the survival stage, there are previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just they could go a little bit further. What do you think?
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7, right? 2026 been a bit rough. PMMI, PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time. But here, going into the survival stage, they had some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first Orangle, only 2 points on those 2 maps combined. So definitely not what you're expecting to see from a roster like this. But I was just talking to Revo, actually, just a few minutes ago. And we did see at the start today, right, Kalaris, he brought in Nuth on the lineup because he told me that he really wants to play Rondo, right? Nuth is like a Rondo player. And also he's fairly young, so let's just try and get him involved a little bit, get some experience. But unfortunately, by doing so, I think that they did have a bit of a slower start, but now the main lineup is back on board. So Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage, you try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gunpowder, the play, the potential to get big elim games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above kind of that Nongshim Red Force compound. When I say above, I mean verticality-wise.
Upside,
it was south. It was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? The Nongshim Red Force did win. But yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see it more going into Miramar.
Need the defending champions. So for all of these, like the Yangon Galacticos and a previous PMWC champion here to do well here in the survival stage. For now, though, it is time to head on over to another game here for PMWC.
Let's get it going here. We are now headed into the sunny, sandy deserts of Miramar. Erangel is done. Rondo is done. Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams, especially the squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a big win here to at least put them in a good spot for running a top 6. We see Tianba already with a massive point gap, right? So they are looking very, very comfortable to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tianba is looking really, really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before. It was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that the 10 changes were made met those requirements. So heading over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different background for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tianba, it is roughly another 20 points here, 19 realistic for the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tiamba.
You're not.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For Geeke, they launched themselves towards second place. What I will say for Tiamba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between all of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just 7 points behind Geeke in second place. That's 7th right now, RQ. So there's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slacker, but we still have 2 more matches right now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think Tianba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, we'll see them top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? There's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Water circle in beer bar.
Give me the island. Give me the island.
Yeah.
Fifth match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the north side of the map right now. So they need to get a move on down towards Parla, to Puerto Paraiso. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some high ground early on. But honestly, a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards that northern side. La Bandita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some teams coming on through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head farther towards that eastern side. Might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what, you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapon skins in the game. You can see right there, we got that Ninetales Fury Og, the Naruto Uzumaki event still going on, guys. The best PUBG Mobile collaboration I have seen and witnessed in my career of playing PUBG Mobile, which has been since this game has started. So I love it. I hope you guys can get your hands on it before
for good at least.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's CRE down as well. So, Furia, they're hopping in the vehicle. They're going. They want to finish this fight out. And that is Lufa actually stealing that elimination with the SKS. But here comes Furia. Make the drive. They're popping it down. Igor gets one and gets another. And that is KRX eliminated.
Igor's been on fire today, honestly. He's going to back up a little bit. Liu moves up from AGAL, sending some nades on through. Will find the shot as well. This man is on a tear. He is an absolute tear. Igor has not stopped for a moment today.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower, and he was so stoked there. The love was in the air, and I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
He's taking all the way, Revo.
No way! Don't jump! Don't do it! Don't do it!
He's baiting out the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See? Oh, here's him back off the angle. Good push in. Lost Carrillo a little bit earlier on.
Got him.
There it is. There's the Revo we know and love. No matter what the shotgun is, he's a master of it.
Risky play, though, by the way. Dude, that's a straight 1v1, dude. Like, he gets knocked, he's thirsted immediately. But sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes taking those risks.
Couldn't wait. He couldn't wait, though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window. He listens for the sound cue, hears him back it off. Doesn't want to wait for them to reset up in those rooms.
Oh, man. The plays are ringing out here. You can see Furia with a good, solid position in this next zone. A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though? Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Furia locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Yangon Galacticos, on the south side, gonna have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push for them. If they try and isolate over towards Geek, because that's a full-on drop-off down towards the warehouses where they're playing. Yangon Galacticos could find some good shots their way, and then maybe swing around over towards 721 GS. Be far easier just to wrap him past Goat, though. Goat's currently moving. Tianba were able to find themselves a decent building. These guys have just... They're just expanding in the lobby right now. This is very much a lot of pressure coming through from the squad. Furia took some risks. Igor's cancelled all those risks out fairly swiftly. Now they got Alpha 7 over towards their northern edge. I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dopeness taking a bit of a gamble on the compound that sits in the middle of the fields.
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out here. Didn't have a lot of ammunition for it, though. I think I only saw like 38 rounds. Just got to be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You got to have that util towards the end game. And sometimes the only way to get that is by looting some boxes.
There gets going and looting. And the MK, it hurts. Shoot as fast as you can click it. But I think for these moments where it's just pure situations where you want to get up in people's face, like when the shotgun would be very, very nice here. Schweppes dodging the vehicles, moves out the way, will duck back down again. Look, take some shots over the top side though, but Claus will shut him down. The rest of the arena floundering a little bit. Schweppes immediately on those front lines, not able to stick up, and Tenny K next to fall here. The arena just getting brushed aside.
In some trouble here. It's up to Joker all by himself. 0 eliminations. Tries to put something on the points on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade. That bounce does hit him up a little bit. Another piece of util, and Joker barely surviving that. And now that burn, baby burn. That is E-Arena out. Al-Ula with 3 eliminations, controlling the north side.
Al-Ula now looking to force their way down from the north. I mean, E-Arena just crumbled there. A real unfortunate scenario for them. Was hoping they could go further in this game. For E-Arena, they're sat in 5th place. They would love to add some more points to their tally. Not meant to be, though. Yangon Galacticos, they did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for those teams moving up from behind. Smile does take a knock on the back lines, though. There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the 2 of them. QZ, I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right from the center of the map. He is sending letters off to the very corners of Miramar.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu, though, is really performing so well. You know, that's hyping him up, saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tiamba are going to be in this next circle, so is Fudia. Oh, catch a break here, and they honestly need it. They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one, though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see. But looking on the south side, not in zone. GOAT gonna have to push on up. Yangon Galacticos right next to them. Looks like this fight is imminent.
Yangon Galacticos, they did go for that reset at the moment. GOAT start to move up on through. Cloud is completely out here. They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but as I said before, no one really wanted this one to head over towards that northwest side. Sadly, it does. We'll see just how much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable final couple of zones. Smile ducking, dodging as much as he can, gets behind the vehicle at least. We'll see if he does get flushed off the back of that one. Romeo swing up towards that top side now.
Oh,
trying to get a little bit of information, but Minot's down. He's going to think twice about taking that engagement. Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down Romeo afterwards.
Ooh, Killer Joe said, let's go. Let's get out of here right now. And oh, Foops, man, with the... It's time for him to start using it. Switching weapons over here. Very, very interesting as he's popping off some shots. 7-2-1 GS, you can see the look on their faces. These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another good game for them. They are climbing up those leaderboards little by little. They're in 8th place right now, but they know now's the time to close the gap and win this game. They're on the edge of the circle, but they are just trying to hunt a spot in this next zone. Foops, man, woo, got that 8 times. Hitting them lean peaks, looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the M249 with the red dot. I mean, he is really mixing and matching what kind of ranges he's working with. Gets a bit more ammo online. Force does need to get picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force. Don't know if GOAT's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim definitely looking for some more points. Will re-knock him.
Foops, man, putting in that work here. And we see Revel get a knock on a 7-2-1 GS. They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. Heads up to Rian all by himself. Revel is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util. Bang! Oh, but they do end up getting one player down. Got to be careful here. Another nade! Will barely survive it. Alpha 7 cannot afford to go down here.
Graham looking to move from side. Great shot. Revo walks directly into it, and now Alpha 7 in a spot above her. Good shot though, coming out from Guizhou, keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game. Good tag, but no flush, no knock. Here's the first aid. We'll keep putting the pressure on, and good stuff from Guizhou. An incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha 7.
Ooh, and there is Nongshim Red Force eliminated as GOAT survived here. Fights happening all over the place. That was a huge break for the side of Alpha 7 and GOAT as they are going to get a full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players here as we are in the second to last match of day 1. Only one more left to go, but this is a critical one.
Tiamba went down to 3 players much earlier in the game, and they're still kicking around down towards that southeast side. Furia also playing from Showhouse were able to get some good work done. Igor, mate, Igor is just unreal today. I do not know what's gone into him.
I know.
Yep.
He had that twinkle in his eye yesterday. I'll tell you that right now. He said, "You know what, baby? I'm gonna pop off to." And now they're going to be able to finish it out. They're currently in 3rd place. They're trying to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian Brotherhood here. It's A7 versus Furia. Rebel getting pieced up, but he's driving that Murado up close and personal. But Igor says, no, sir, not today.
Igor skates on the bonnet of a vehicle, now looks to send down.
What the heck, bro? What are you doing, bro?
Is putting in the work.
What was that, bro?
Sent sky high by a nade, essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nade's planted inside the smoke. Obscure's gonna send wide. Knows he can't do it now because he's getting shot at by so many separate squads. Woo. Sets up behind the trailer, but it's Aaron. But well-placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them, but 8th place is not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to start soaking up some points and make a big gap going into the last game.
I don't know, man. PUBG Mobile team seems to have blessed Ulf right now. They've just got 2 loot crates dropped on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need it, honestly. I see Ketch walking in here with a Band-Aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I'd take all the breaks I can get, you know?
MG3 as well. I mean, drop some smokes on the other one. Get out of there, honestly.
They got a nice setup right here. They got a blown up car, buggy on the other side, hay bales on either side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. But with Dopeness so far not making too much noise, they have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop, and it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time. It may actually be Tiamba time.
Furia.
As a 2-man,
you were
left. See how Ulf can hold off these other squads, but
let's see
the spot.
Right?
It is the spot. You can see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big
team Dopeness, team Gold, ULF. Oh, ULF, yeah, see that smash here.
Hold it. Scarface with the MG3. They got the weapons, but Killer Joe is up close and personal.
Whoa! Heavy, bro. Scarface, heavy, bro.
Wolves also
towards
this location. Milu's going to swing wide down towards that southern edge.
What was that, bro?
Goes down. Teams aren't capitalizing on the back of this one. Finally, Furia makes the
Furia भी जा रही है सीधी. क्या Furia भी सीधी ULF पे?
Will stop short actually. The vehicle smoking, flames pouring out the front.
But let's see, लेकिन ULF जो है उसके लिए सबसे अच्छा ये होगा कि ULF को जो है हर चीज दे दी गई है, लूट वगैरह, यूटिलिटीज वगैरह, हर चीज जो दे दी गई है. और यहाँ जो है वो साइलेंस को क्या नोक कर पाएगा ये, लेकिन हमारा नेट सक्स कर रहा है, बिल्कुल हग रहा है हमारा नेट. हमें जो है ना वो ई स्पोर्ट के वर्ल्ड कप के जो फॉर्म है उस पे जाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ये वाली तो स्ट्रीम सही से चल नहीं पा रही. तो लेट्स सी. अरे भाई.
Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into Alula on the western side.
बैक साइड से Tiamba जो है वो अब यहाँ जो है फुल हैवी वाली फाइट होने वाली है. Alula का एक प्लेयर नॉक है, ULF का नॉक है, फुल स्कोर का नॉक है.
Taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done finally. They are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more are they going to do?
ULF जो है वो 4 पॉइंट के साथ है, टॉप 4 में आ चुके हैं.
And now starting to get into the action.
क्या ULF के एरन बच पाएंगे? और एरन तो बच पाएंगे, लेकिन स्कारफेस जो है वो फिनिश हो जाएंगे.
Let's see what he
तो
can do.
लेट्स सी क्या होता है।
little bouncer there for Olfo.
यहाँ एरन की तरफ से नेट किया जाता है, लेकिन फिर से अपने उस डिसीजन को छोड़ दिया जाता है कि भाई बिल्कुल नहीं नेट नहीं करना। अगर मैं नेट करने के लिए गया तो बैक एंड से लेट्स सी कौन सी टीम यहाँ बचेगी। यूएलएफ कितनी देर के लिए जो यूएलएफ के एरन जो है कितनी देर के लिए सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे, ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। लेकिन फ्यूरिया के लिए बहुत बड़ी मतलब वो सिचुएशन है, बुरी सिचुएशन है। फ्यूरिया के लिए आगे निकलना मुश्किल होगा क्योंकि डोपनेस के जो टीम्स हैं उनकी सारी नजरें इन पे और टीम तियांबा की भी। लेकिन यहाँ का बात करें एरन की, एरन तो एक जगह पे फंस चुके हैं, वो तो निकल नहीं पाएंगे। और यहाँ जो यूएलएफ के फ्यूरिया है वो आगे निकल रही है बिल्कुल ताकि इनको मारा जा सके एरन को। एरन जो है वो नेट कुक करके बैठे हैं। एरन
Nade goes
long.
Knock over towards silence here. Aaron swinging around the sides, has the UMP to work with, but there's absolutely no way it's going to happen. Milu's been watching this.
Milu की तरफ से नॉक करते हैं तो ना खुद फाइट लेंगे ना
Tiamba is looking to cause problems. They're trying to send nades down this way, clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
नजर नहीं जब आ रहा, तुम लोगों को मार तो देनी है यूएलएफ उसको क्या कहते तो यूएलएफ को भी नाम आ फाइट तो देखने देते हो सकता है 1v4 कर देता 1v3
It's looking pretty good. Oh, just a little overcooked there. Buggy now blown up.
अब टीम डोपनेस के पास पीछे मौका है कि टीम डोपनेस जो थर्ड पार्टी कर दे।
From this angle and just tearing Furia apart.
The Milu QZZ show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tiamba time today. And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath.
Milu नॉक कर दिए जाते हैं।
Regroup the rest of the team.
टीम डोपनेस जो है वो तकलीफ चोरी कर रहे थे मिलू का। मिलू का
deadly and now Dopeness from that northern edge. They're going to start to spread out.
क्या होता है?
From them. Plenty of little bits of hard cover to play from that
northern side. जो है वो बिल्कुल क्रिकेट डिसीजन दिखा रही है कि भाई आप फाइट लेंगे और हम जो है आराम से से आगे करेंगे। और अगर ऐसा ही करती है टीम डोपनेस की जीवन भी निकाल सकती है, लेकिन
and yeah, he has a car right behind him, so he goes and pops into it. Going to be pushing up little by little. Dopeness have the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot and just avoiding these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them. And QZZ forced to inch up little by little.
और तियांबा के QZZ जो नॉक हो गए और फ्यूरिया जो है बैक एंड से नॉक कर सकते हैं जो डोपनेस के जो प्लेयर है।
From distance now, Furia, a lot of work to do here. Igor,
who's been a man on a mission to impress today. ये तो आइडिया है कि रात रात को प्लेयर है, लेकिन वो प्लेयर है कहाँ ये नहीं आइडिया। और ये अलग लगता है नॉक हो जाएगा, अलग नॉक बिल्कुल। पता है ये गोट जब नॉक कर दिया टीम डोपनेस की तरफ से टीम डोपनेस
but it's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
Oh man, and did they need it? You can see the sigh of relief. These guys popping off, they deserve that chicken dinner, and this could be the start of their run towards the finals. Let's get it going. Dopeness, man, did they need that one. Yeah, you can see Furia dapping him up. Igor looking good, my man. That is how.
Today, this is the Fury we expected and wanted whilst watching inside the groups. It's a tough game. That's a tough game to play there. I think they worked it out well. They had some of the zone towards the early on portions of the game. Going with Tiamba, they kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool there. Yes. I like that Igor's honestly had the courage to play out on the outside edge. Like, that's a hard angle to work with, but he has to play there to. Oh my goodness me, what a set of just bold play after bold play that worked out. And it's great to see. I think Milu is feeling it.
Oh, Milu is on one right now. I'll tell you that right now. This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tiamba that you know, Max and I saw during the PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and then come group stage, we're like, what is going on? We were talking to each other being like, this is not something that we have seen from them. They're playing it so passive, not looking confident at all. And then finally, in the survival stage, this is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been waiting for, and they are performing as expected.
For Dopeness, there's not been a whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean, over in the group, it was a cool finish for them to make their way into survival stage. But this is kind of the major moment for them, right? And they should be happy with that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness. But again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the like.
अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है भैया जी, अभी तो खत्म भी नहीं किया, अभी तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। जानम अभी तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। जानम देखो
in the top 6 minus, Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch. Still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You got to be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
Saudia. Where clear come from our and every just
Now, one of the cool things that popped up here in week 6 is this new PUBG mobile booth in collaboration with Naruto. We just did a live segment here, so we've got everybody still hanging out, but you guys need to come check this out if you were hanging out at our venue, because it's kind of one big game. The more that you interact with this booth, the more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there. We've got a chicken hanging out, ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion, and you want to come by, take some photos here, because at the end of it all, there is some really cool free prizes that you could be winning. You might have seen it on the broadcast. There are Naruto t-shirts. You see Dawood in the headband, who is really tiring himself, making sure he joins in on this action. And of course, you can come hang out with your very own chicken. So make sure you stop by and see everything that we have to offer.
But who's inside that chicken, Leonard? That's what I want to know. Hey, if you can find that out for me, that'll be great. Because right now we had Dopeness come out with the win, Max. And this is a team that really needed that win, really needed the points. Give it to them, but still, you need the points, Dopeness. Good job.
You know that Rachel Seal and the entirety of Reject are like, yes, finally, they qualified, they're doing something. But yeah, as you said right there, Seven, it was definitely a gifted win. They are seeing the dropped in Picardo. They went for very quick rotation, which I do have to say I appreciate. Very quick movement, and especially great control on the third party. Furia is fighting. There's also Xiamba getting involved, trying to compete for that chicken dinner. They're not slow, which I was expecting them, because they've been such a passive team the entirety of this event. But no, they committed to the push. They got involved. And generally, Nestora, we're looking at this one. I am hoping that that's going to give them just a bit of confidence to play it more aggressive, just like we saw Yangon Galacticos do too. Because before this point, Dopeness were just fully invisible.
No, they were. It's really fun to be able to see them, and like you said, they're not being slow. It's not a game winning by chance. It really is. It's loud. It really is them moving forward and being able to actually, and it's vibrating. The cameras are vibrating.
Yeah, keep saying what you were going to say. What were you going to say?
Keep saying. What we're going to say is, no, it's really, really nice to see them. They were controlled. They were methodical. It was a really, really good push, slow and steady, but the synergy was really there. Again, they went from 0 to 100. They were able to maintain that pace without letting go into earlier games.
Get away from them.
Yeah, look, I just want to give it to Team Dopeness, and this is coming out of the group stages. I think you guys have to remember that they actually clawed their way out of the bottom 3 to be in the survival stage.
Yep.
Yes, Max, kind of a gifted zone for them, I must agree, but also, yeah, their way that they defended that, especially with 9 eliminations, like this is something that they're obviously desperately wanting to hold on to, but when they are gifted those zones, they control it, which is something massive that I love seeing from Team Dopeness, and of course that was the same kind of team we saw in the last kind of matches in our group stages, so I mean, it is deserved.
Yeah, for Dopeness though, just quick reminder, it's not about not being in the bottom 3, it's about being in the top 6 here at survival stage if you want to be able to get a chance to actually go to finals. Quick guess, who's going to be the MVP?
Milu?
Hey, Milu indeed with the 6 elements. And honestly, with the way he's performing, we'll get a chance to do some predictions once again towards the end of the day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that man is going to be none other than the MVP of the day. But let's look at the match ranking. Dopeness there with 21 points. Happy to see that. But Furia was able to have a hell of a match here as well.
I loved Furia in this match. I loved everything that they did. It was controlled, it was methodical, it was really, really nice to see them come through. We're going to get a replay in a little bit where I really want to break down a play that they made, but their timing was impeccable, and you know, any critique that I've had of them is that they're just playing too slow for this lobby. It's worked in the past, but just not here, and here you can see some of the replays coming on through here, you know, up against Ulf, up against Tiamba. They were caught between Tiamba for the longest time, them and A7 able to really pull up a really, really nice front of defense against them, and you know, here we are going to see Tiamba have a great high ground and be able to take out Furia 1-by-1. That is them for the 3rd place, but just a really, really good play overall from Furia this game. Very happy with them.
Yeah, and Tiamba as well. I mean, continuing on that consistency that we've seen throughout the day. I was expecting a GAL from China to actually end up performing well, Max. That is not the case right now, and we're not going to talk about it because that is I'm pretty sure, 100% sure we have in our predictions. So our predictions are sucking, my friend.
I actually have all gamers in my predictions and not Tiamba.
I should have checked your predictions before I did my predictions.
Okay, but looking at the final moments here, Higor, what an absolute banging moment. I think you might actually talk about one of Higor's plays this game. He's been an absolute menace, him and Milu in particular, putting on an absolute clinic this game. I was loving it. Good times.
I want to do something that we used to do in the past, Max. And I want you to look at the camera and just tell me why Alpha 7 was pissing you off that last match.
Oh my goodness. Why are you guys pushing one by one? I'm going to get really close. Can we get... I'm going to... Yeah. Why are we pushing one by one? It's 2026. It should not be happening anymore. And they all push onto Higor or Furia. I am very confused as to what's going on because Alpha 7, we know they're a good team. They can do the clutches. But so are the other teams, right? Especially your Brazilian brethrens in Furia. What a misplay. That was one of the biggest throws of the tournament outside of arena.
Alpha 7, at the beginning of the day, I was talking about how they ended up benching Obscure. That is not the case anymore. We actually forgot to mention it in that last segment that we did. Obscure is playing again, so I'm not sure what ended up happening. Maybe the pressure was getting to the 17-year-old substitute player that they have here, but it's the core squad.
Yeah, it is the core squad. We're starting to see core squad things happening, except for the 1-by-1, because what was that? I'm also annoyed about it because they're usually so good about that. We saw that earlier in that game, right? Revo using the window animations. Yes, using the window animations to really try and spawn, you know, and try and get that information. He was doing a great job. He got some eliminations. They're moving through the building really, really well. And then they push 1-by-1. They're like, okay, we've done enough for this game now. We got enough points. It's fine. It's like, no, you had a good position. Why? Stop it.
Stop it. Stop it. Not like that, Alpha 7. I got school. Some of the other stuff. I know we had some clips that we wanted to see a replay off, and it was this one right here because Milu, my goodness, Milu popped off.
I mean, those 2 knocks instantly with an 8, but then using the door frame to try and create a mini 1v1 in that scenario, and he's literally on fire at the end of that clip. What a beautiful play with that, especially that opening grenade.
Yeah, so nice, and these opening grenades are also great. KRX in a bit of a rough spot here. Furia coming in, bouncing those nades up. What I love about this is they wait for those nades to get them really, really low. They know they have to be getting rid of that health pretty quickly. They get that knock instantly. Well, in a minute, instantly, they're going to be pushing forward, right? Get another nade, try and get some extra damage, and then they come flying over the top. You're going to see them come through here now, getting in that vehicle. They're going to move over, and actually they're not going around because 721 is over there. They're not going onto the other side like because Tiamba is there.
मैच शुरू होने वाला है 2 मिनट के अंदर एक या 2 मिनट के अंदर
get the knock, get the done and dusted. Get rid of Leo there from AGAL, and then they're actually going to keep
match
on either side of the road.
of the
that third place finish in the end. So really heads up play from them. Very excited about that.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of add on
मैच की डोमिनेशन के साथ पहले नंबर पे
like they whatever position they in
40 दूसरे नंबर पे
yeah, and that is what they do. Whether it's up a hill and they're doing a goddamn goat climb,
क्योंकि ये 36 पॉइंट का जितनी भी टीमें हैं इनके पास कोई भी टीम नीचे जा सकती है कुछ कोई टीम भी जा सकती है
but it's awesome to see Furia. They're just focusing on all of these sort of capitalizing on their high damage, especially with all the utility.
Yeah.
Look how close everything currently is between 3rd place, 8th place, and I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards the next page, you'll see how everything is
going to Alpha 7 हो even के जो है वो भी जा सकती है
all the way down to 13th place, Max. Everything, even 14th place, everything is so close they could end up changing within one match. And something to notate on the last match, 5 out of the 7.
मैं चाहता हूँ कोई ना कोई टीम यार चिकन निकाले जो पहले अच्छा नहीं खेल रही थी मजा आ जाए भाई मजा आएगा बहुत मजा आएगा.
And whoever ends up in 1st place of survival stage is going to end up crushing your keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene for those of you who may not quite know what is at stake right now. We've got $3 million on the line and a chance to immortalize yourselves in the Esports World Cup history books as champions of PMWC. Now, tomorrow, just 6 teams will have the opportunity to step into the finals where the other 10 teams, if this will open, it apparently will not. That's okay. The other 10 teams will have their keys destroyed by a stunning crusher. Look at that right there. Now, imagine what it would feel like to have the only remaining intact key whilst the 10 remaining teams... There you go. There she is. Now you get to see this beautiful crusher before it chomps on those keys tomorrow. Now, imagine what it would feel like to have all of your other opponents have their keys destroyed, like this one right here. Now, it's almost time for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage, and some of our teams really need to step it up a gear if they've got any chance of making it through the survival stage and into the finals. And so, as I said, casters, let's go over to you for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage. Let's do this.
That's right. Sometimes you got to warm her up before she gets going. And I'll tell you what, some of these teams are looking red hot. Finally, right? Tian guys are looking so good. Dopeness are finally getting red hot here after that chicken dinner.
Team will be surviving and other team will be on for Crusher.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Crusher. I mean, a lot of these other
God team का भाई कैमरे आया
so we're all good. But we're heading in towards our final match here. Tiamba, they all
पहले नंबर पे
very happy with the way this
Volt,
played out.
Al-Ula, Alpha 7, Furia.
That last game was just
Furia और फिर उसके बाद की
it does show you exactly what confidence can do for your team, momentum can do for your team. It's just upsetting that we're having another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we got Tiamba. It is making these final days just so rough as we head into day 2 of survival. But this is the final game of the day today. Let's see if any team can kind of differentiate themselves from that tight-knit pack towards the center and maybe live it large up there with Tiamba. Maybe not quite as large because Tiamba's on a table of their own.
Let's get into it right here. I mean, Milu has really been the all-star today, making some crazy plays. We saw him with the 1v4. We saw him hitting the crazy shots with those off angles. And now at the last game here for day number 1. Let's see if that could continue on here. Looking at the leaderboards. Yeah, Tianba on top, 75 points. Yeah, these guys are pretty much a lock for the finals. I think we can say comfortably. But pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's game here. Dopeness pushed themselves up into a good spot with 30 points and 8. If they finish strong here, we could definitely see them leave until tomorrow in the top 6. Now, looking on down, I'm gonna really put Al Ula 10th place on down in the hot seat. This is a big game for them because tomorrow those last 2 matches are gonna be straight chaos. There's gonna be teams doing everything and possible.
And anything.
So, and literally everything. So desperate to try to put up points that it's gonna not be a typical game of PUBG Mobile. So the time is now. The time is now to make it happen. We got a pretty disgusting Southern play path here, but you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Yeah, definitely rough. But you're right, down towards 10th and below, it's getting tough. For AGAL as well as KRX, these are the teams that have a strong map. Everyone else is still tomorrow it's possible after your first round to get a big win. You can send yourself towards that top 6 territory. For AGAL as well as KRX, they need some points now. Allow them to have a springboard tomorrow. Otherwise, it is starting to look a little bit dangerous. I didn't expect this from KRX, honestly. I think KRX is a good team. Strong players on side. So this is happening right now for them because this is not a case of just having a bad day. Lekin circle in the end pata to chalega na end Alpha 7 grief, but at least they've been able to get themselves towards top 3s consistently. They have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
I mean, that's the crazy thing. This format, this tournament in general, someone's got to be at the bottom, right? We got serious games here. Still, KRX 9 points is a big question mark. It's like, yeah, 9? Like, okay, if we saw the bottom of the tables, and yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But 5 matches, only 9 points, not good. Not good at all. Hopefully we can see them make something happen here, and honestly they need to, because if they don't, you can kind of start. I agree. I think for AGAL, there is a tiny hope tomorrow if they don't do well here, but for KRX, it's just feeling like it's not going to be the case, and these teams absolutely do need themselves a lucky spin. Yes. Which you can find here with us at the 2026 PMWC at EWC. You can draw for exclusive sets, the one you see on screen right now that a lot of players are currently using for this year's PMWC at EWC. So really, really cool stuff. Make sure you get in game, because yeah, we all need a lucky break, but I would say AGAL as well as KRX need a bigger one. Yeah, they do. Right, they need one of those Alpha 7 blessings that we saw a little bit earlier, right, in Erangel. They need a good solid circle to help them out here. But the thing is that you got to make your own luck in these kind of tournaments. You got to be able to make happen regardless of the situation. Another team I want to see more out of, we haven't really talked about them a lot, is Yangon Galacticos, our previous champions here, last year's champs. They have a beautiful skin in game that you guys got to go check out as well. We got to see them rock it the other day, and I got to say, probably one of the most insane fit jerseys. That classic traditional Myanmar fit is gorgeous, and I want to see them rocking it in the finals. So let's see if they can get things heated up here. They're in 13th place, 22 points, not in the worst position, right? One good game here, and we can see them all the way up to 3rd place, okay? It's just the longer they wait, the worse off they are. I would say the only 2 consistent teams so far have been Tianba today. Like, those are the only 2 teams. Everyone else in this top 8
फिर 2 पॉइंट का फर्क है ये रीना फिर बगैर किसी पॉइंट के डिफरेंस के गोट और फिर 1 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस पे 2 टीमें डोपनेस और आरआर की फिर 2 पॉइंट के डिफरेंस पे अलूला और फिर उसके बाद ये 2 पॉइंट के डिफरेंस पे 7-1 जीएस और फिर उसके बाद 1 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है यूएलएफ फिर वाईजी जो है वो 3 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है फिर वॉल वी स्पोर्ट जो है वो 20 पॉइंट के मतलब 2 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है फिर 6 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है ऑल गेमर और फिर उसके बाद 5 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस यार 2 पॉइंट नहीं क्या कर रहा है यार अच्छी टीम है पता नहीं हम लोग क्या कर रही है इस टाइम
So for Yangon Galacticos, I think that the biggest takeaway I had from that interview was that he mentioned the pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure was on. The pressure is real here. Going towards survival stage, I'd imagine some of the pressure is a little bit off. We didn't go out in group stage. That was probably the worst thing that could have happened. They got through to survival stage now. Yes, they need to shore some things up. They still have one more game to prove themselves and a whole 6 tomorrow. But yeah, I believe in Young Galacticos. I don't think they've had the craziest play so far, but I won't ever say they're completely out just yet because despite everything, they're still putting up points.
For sure. I mean, and I think that's the right mentality for this team. I mean, all it takes is a good couple situations and we know they can pop off, put a 20-point game and really push themselves forward here. And I want to see them do it. I want to see them back in the finals. I think that they are a rock solid team. That pressure is tough though. It's the hardest thing, and it's I talked to some of these guys who have been in these moments. They've been in these games for years now, right? So you think that they'd be used to it. But you know, man, it's still hard. You know, your heart still races the same. You just maybe you're a little bit more understanding of it because it's not a new experience, but it's still so difficult to deal with. So when you see players like Milu, crazy 1v4, I mean that really gets your team going, and you just kind of, you know, galvanize your squad and capitalize after that kind of play. But you know, we're in the last match of the day. Tomorrow is going to be wild because so many teams are going to be just desperate all the way towards the end to continue their stay here in Paris. As this has just been an amazing place to be, and the pinnacle of esports is here. Man, it's good to see Fury up here. Question.
Okay.
Which name up top? Any of those names that you see up top surprise you so far?
Right now, I would say that, to be honest with you, the only real team that does surprise me towards that top side, probably GK. I think this team has had like pretty cool performances in the past, but not sort of a third place team that I was expecting. I think they can do more. Got more in the left remaining for us. They surprised us in multiple tournaments beforehand as well. So what I'm hoping is that GK can maybe have another good game, stay in that top 6 side, because really they were on many people's top prediction lists, and I think that they're kind of playing into how we had Yangon last year.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, something definitely happened in their day off, because I agree with you. I think out of all those names, hold on. Southern shift on down to Los Leones. Are we going to see another crazy urban finish? That would be wild to finish things off. You can see teams quick fast now.
ये नॉनस्टिंग रेडफोर्ड जैसी गेम है, इनको बड़ा फायदा है क्योंकि अभी जा रही हैं सीधा उनके अंदर जाके रुक जाएंगे.
Immediately, right now. We're not waiting around.
अभी तक एक बंदा भी नहीं मरा.
Real. I mean, it's always awkward having to move down from that north side as well. Past La Bandita, talked about it before.
बाकी सारी टीमें जो हैं अभी वो अपना जाके जो टीमें आसपास थी वो तो लड़े जैसे नॉनस्टिंग रेडफोर्ड को बड़ा फायदा है, वो सीधे जाके होल्ड कर रहे हैं कि भैया ये जगह पे जाके बाकी टीमों के लिए थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम होगी क्योंकि वो कैसे करेंगे, मतलब कैसे जोन के अंदर जाकर अपनी जगह बनाएंगे. जैसे YG है, इन्हें तकरीबन ये 1200 मीटर तक जाना तकरीबन.
Beyond the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually RRQ to take down Milu. That is surprising.
That's a huge finish. I mean, that is the star of today, right? I mean, the uncrowned king of the survival stage going out early here, and you can see Solus getting those thirsts. players. Now you can see just an extra little bit of sharpness in these shots. They know there's no time to waste here. Last game of the day. Make it happen if we want to continue our dream.
It is amusing to me that RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to find Milu. We've got to take Milu out.
Where is he?
Because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared, we're worried, we do not want that kind of pressure. So a bit of revenge, you know, redemption almost. Get him out in the first 10 minutes of the game and never have to experience number 1 again. It's not possible versus Milu at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, because if Milu's there, and you do not want that. You do not want to go back to the lobby here. So three man, they do have a spot in this next circle, but with this zone is pretty scary here because I mean it could always hard shift down straight to Los Leones. That'll be a wild game to see if that's the case. Galacticos are going to be here in this circle. You got Tianba right next to La Bendita. QGZ up on the roof, trying to play keep it. Oh no, QXZZ getting knocked there and beat up as well. So,
my God, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Those shots onto Binny is just demonic coming through from QXZ. Unbelievable stuff. Now from RQ underneath, just absolutely obliterated by Hoxie. Luckily, Fearingkin able to come around the side, moves through the window, bold maneuver, Terra down. Lepar, as per usual, trying to pick it up the slack from RQ.
Benny throwing in the nade. He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny, though, with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot to the QBZ. He's not going to do it. X out of there in last place. The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX, we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate for the squad. Not what was expected from a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might for them. They just could not get over. But we're locked back in with the next circle that does move down towards the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 wants to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
Yeah. And they could definitely use it for sure. Because this one is pretty dang close. The zone is starting to close. You got Young Galacticos. That south side. Aula is quite close to them here, though. Let's see if they are going to end up meeting each other. SayCloud now finally being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Yangon Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. Some of the more teams they can take out. So they continue to hunt out this squad. Marnet, as well as SayCloud, playing in front right now. Have to get it up the hilltop. Alula stops short, takes a quick break, takes a breather, playing inside the concrete, while Smile continues to provide that information back. They're going to have to move eventually, though. They can't stick around here forever.
They're like, guys, come on. This is stage 3. There's plenty of room here. We can all be friends on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like that's what Young Galacticos are going to do. They're going to hold on to this building here and say, see you later, we'll deal with you later. But Solonic getting a knock onto Geek. We see that happening in the feed. Geek, again, we were talking about this, a little bit of a surprise. I mean, yeah, seeing them at the top is a really, really exciting thing from them. You know that their team has to be pumped up going into this one. Those of you guys tracking all the incredible things that are happening here at the Esports World Cup, We see some updates from Glitter. I know GK is one of those orgs that really needs to have a good performance here. They want to see their team in the finals.
टीम डोपनस और टीम RRQ की फाइट हो सकती है, लेकिन मुझे लगता नहीं है कि टीम RRQ इधर इसको कोई मतलब सीरियसली लेगी और इसको इस फाइट के अंदर.
Yeah, I mean, it would work for me. You know, usually I'm at my peak performance if I have at least 2 women yelling at me during the day.
Yeah,
that's when I'm really pushing myself.
I think for Galacticos, it's a weird one because they did cast the net, but they essentially just gave the northern rotate to Alula and have banked on this ending in Los Leones. I feel like this is a bad trade, you know.
Yeah,
not the best. We got like a rubby card for a holographic.
Look at the hype, man.
The
Alpha 7 fans. Oh, they're getting hype. They felt the pressure coming as Carrillo making them happy here, making them dance a little bit extra here, doing that salsa. As Carrillo getting that elimination is going to open things up a little bit. This is outside the circle, though. All eyes are going to be on them. Dopeness now in a position to gatekeep. Oh, but Quizal with that knock on a Lupa. Time to hop in that vehicle. It's time to get moving. The fight has begun. Ding, ding, ding. Quizal looking to finish it quickly.
And you need to. Quizal very low here. Goodness me, has to drop out the vehicle. Once he gets the first Wolf does move over towards the northern side. Wonder how much of this they have heard. Dopeness, again, the waiting strategy did not work out this time around. They had to move, and I'm glad that Alpha 7 did something. I think you have to congratulate them for that fact, because this is the big complaint we've had for a long, long time. Finally, they clear out some space for themselves. Now they can play towards the south side, and hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing some old school cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7, because when they do...
Oh boy, silence.
Throw that nade from. That was like netted perfectly in his lap.
Oh, he like heard the click of the nade before it popped on him. Beauty, silence, getting an early lemon style there.
Yeah, dopeness. That's where they'll be cut short. Down to 14 teams. 50 players still left alive here. Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow. Smoke's going down. They've got Furia down towards their south side. Can certainly play off the back of that.
Come on, Zone, go south. Let's just go crazy here. Full-fledged urban finish. Can you imagine? That would be wild. Beauty, I wouldn't like that. Let's see if the Zone does surprise everybody here. As it's about to pop. Where are we going?
They're a little lucky, right?
Yeah.
They're a little lucky. They do get themselves a central spot here, and one of the good buildings to play in as you do head into really awkward circles where they line up. But now, Alpha 7, we got to get out the building. We got to get in vehicles. We have to move. Fury similarly as well. I know, disgusting. Not fun. Not enjoyable. Tiamba, however, they have lost Eagle and Nino at this point, but Tiamba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame that they moved over towards the northern side. I think it was the smart choice. I don't really want to start in an urban area, especially Los Leones, because it is so massive, and getting out of it can be a bit of
Galactico smile.
ये रीना और टीम कोड की फाइट हो सकती है, बट पोजीशन अच्छी है कि कोड के पास एक एंगल है जिधर से बहुत सारी टीमों को प्रॉब्लम दे सकती है, और नॉक्शम रेड वर्सेस एक कैच को नॉक कर दिया जाता है.
Now you got Joker, the Thai team of E-Arena. Just again, so shocked that they're even here in the first place. They had a record-breaking rondo, 39 total points, and still weren't able to make it into the finals directly. So now they're here in 7th place. They're right there on that cutoff. Gonna go ahead and get even closer to that 6th place position with that elimination there. right below the likes of Nongshim Red Force. So easy to knock off Obscure from Alpha 7. And the fights are really starting to ring up. The teams are just trying to find a position in this next zone.
Yeah, Alpha 7 plays up towards the silos, tries to get a bit of high ground to work with, to watch down towards a lot of these other teams. Should be very visible here for Obscure too. They've got RQ underneath them. Nade plays should go well. I mean, Carrillo has full broadside on this, just doesn't want to expose himself to other angles from within the city. That's not a bad position to kind of stepping stone from, potentially. Your Fury coming in from that western side. Goes down by Alula at distance. This is hard though, you're going to have to stop off right now. A lot of smokes were already invested. Igor's going to need to be rezzed. Delaying the push in. Revo's down again.
Can't be getting knocked. Oh, and thirsted by Baton. So the Wolves stealing that elimination. Now Carrillo says, okay, this is the angles I needed. Yeah, this is the util. RQ are just cooked in this. This is a really bad position. Fortunately for them, though, there's so many other teams right above, forcing Carrillo to not be able to make some plays. He finds an angle, though, puts some pressure, immediately pops back on over, and now Furia are going to get the mix here. Furia with the push onto RRQ, getting popped out of these vehicles. They're getting pushed, but they do end up taking out RRQ. But is Alpha 7 going to get in there? Yeah, Carrillo steals an elimination.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. I mean, Carrillo's been doing a good amount of work here, waiting for the rest of his team to recuperate, revitalize. Revo's completely down now. Ayala underneath with Igor's. Trying to get him back up on his feet. Realistically, for Alpha 7, they want to slip down towards this location so they can continue to play things out. Sightlines are a bit awkward. Get out the vehicle, confirm the flush.
Oh no, Guazal ends up getting knocked here. Carrillo gets popped back and forth. Ayala doing a great job of just continuing on that pressure. Looks like it is a 2v2 situation now. Carrillo and Obscure versus Ayala and Igor. Guazal gets knocked by Schweppes though, or finished. And the nade here. Someone back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations though. Got to make a play.
Stun grenades out. Ayala, last line of defense here for Furia. Will look for the first. Carrillo does get himself the nice strike. He's flaming. Very low. But Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here. And Carrillo honestly has stepped up this game. I think Carrillo is the main driving force of this match so far, which is a good thing to say. Been with the team for a long time. Everybody knows this guy is a phenomenal player, but it's the first time in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
I like how you said driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose, dude, because these guys have been doing these drive-bys all day. I've never seen them do this so often. Usually they just play. Yeah, they just like, oh, we can do this? You know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on foot, pushing together and just being an unstoppable force. But now they're doing these like really cheeky drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working for now. They're in 3rd place. And that is all that matters. As long as they make it into that top 6, that's where they need to be. Obscure getting some shots. Gonna have to dodge those and throwing out that util. On to Goat. Not able to get the knock just yet. Carrillo knowing that, man, this is gonna be a tough one to get into this circle. Everybody's looking the direction. Do they have any vehicles? No. It's gonna be up to Smokes and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Oh, ow. That hurt.
Yeah, Carrillo making that cross there. It was always going to be difficult. There's so many angles, so many sight lines, and at this point in time, we are just getting rid of the outsiders at the moment, which is a fair few of these teams trying to make their way in. Again, it's not an easy circle, really isn't. Now as the circle moves further. To redeem themselves. Seventh and get themselves some more points on this game. Look a little bit prettier. Furia went down after 7 to get some more points. And again, we are starting to see more and more squads push them further up. Now for Ulf, tough push.
But they're making it work so far. Ulf finally starts to show some signs of life. One of those teams really trying to make it for their org in this World Cup. Only 1 elimination so far. Ooh, that one hurts. Down to 1 HP. No, actually, no, he does have 3 first aids. Let's see if he's going to start using them. AJAL starting to push up there towards Wolf. Catch, going for the res. Should be able to get it on the Solus. He does. Zone about to close in the next 39 seconds, though. Can they get these heals off? XEC just can't find that perfect angle to throw this nade, though.
And mounts it off the doorway.
बच गया भाई.
Goes a little long.
अब यही एक ऑप्शन है भाई.
Talked about this earlier.
सही एंटर ये जोन इधर ही जगह से एंटर करे.
The circle shift and they decide that this is not worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the last player alive here in QZZ? And again, I respect the motion here because they know that they're on 75 points. Tomorrow if they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as you can all the way up to the end. Guarantee that you extend your stay here in Paris. Here comes Nongshin Red Force though. Monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula. Chunbin, Maxman's favorite player. So humble, so accurate. Throws the nade and gets the knock.
And that's why he knows how to make these fights work. DBS in hand. Wolves is the next target for Nongshin Red Force. Four players still alive here. QZZ finally goes down. That will be Tiamba's run done. 75 points is where they'll finish the day. Again, like we're saying, roughly around 15 points for top 6. See if they can go further tomorrow. Irina, another team that desperately wants Just opens up on the also chiming in here. Have to drop those smokes down, just wants players to get closer to them. Los Leones uncomfortable in the central position. Honestly, for Yangon Galacticos, here from the arena, there is a world where they
they gotta go immediately. As you can see, AGAL getting hurt. Gonna go ahead and get those first aids going. As we now reached the final circle shift here. We are in stage 8. I don't know who it was that wanted to see a Los Leones urban finish here at the end, but whoever it is, they got what they wished for.
From Wolf, we got 6 points on this game. They do get themselves a little bit further in the lobby here. Up to 10th now on 31 points. Decent innings. Heading in towards stage 9. I was surprised that Yangon Galacticos didn't try and hit the train here. They are slowly moving across because they know the arena is weak and they're on the center dot, like where you want to be, and they've opened things up, but they're being very, very careful right now.
Out right now.
Yeah, and we're almost in the last zone.
8 teams still remaining. None of them can afford to go out right now.
भाई क्या सर्कल है सर 8 स्टेज 8 का सर्कल है भाई 45 सेकंड में स्टेज 9 का सर्कल शुरू हो रहा है.
These are the squads that
इसके बाद क्या होगा भाई कोई इतनी टीमें बची हैं अभी 24 टीमें 24 प्लेयर बचे हैं और 8 टीमें अभी भी बची हुई हैं.
Some CQC action, they take out quick. Now they're rocking a 2-2 split. DK are still in this match, all 4 up, only 1 elimination. It's really going to come down to the last second here.
So many teams banking on this game. Yangon Galacticos maintain. They have 2 players up front though, so there is a possibility of a daisy chain in the near future. Also needing points off the back of this game. Running on 25 right now. Nongshin Red Force. Getting the parkour done, somersaulting through that smoke into a better position. So easy, gets caught on the back lines by a nade from Necessary. Ooh, what a nasty spot to throw those nades in. We'll see if Nongshin Red Force can weather it.
Oh, these guys need to hire a new roof. This is so tough. This hole in the roof is being so rough on them. It's just Tizzy now for the side of Nongshin Red Force. And here we go. We are in stage 9 here, folks. The zone is about to close to the center of the map as Baton and the Wolves trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. The NA squad up close and personal with Nongshin Red Force. Blind nade getting thrown, trying to get these confirmations, but Baton very hesitant here, throwing down some more smokes, waiting for his squad to get back up before he pushes. Doesn't want to push on his own, but that is allowing Nongshim Red Force to get a reset.
Ooh, Say Cloud bounces off the stairs. Could have been a freebie. Instead, it's costly.
Oh.
One nade down now. Nongshim Red Force have to make a big maneuver. The Baton has got him locked in the corner. Will just send in to get the finish off the back of that one. Yangon Galacticos still using this high ground to their advantage. AGAL in an awkward position on that. Finally, they strike. That's still from behind. The Wolves finding a bit of an area to back off.
YG Wall और all gamer player बचे हैं.
Climbing up those stairs so quietly. Here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. Now it's time to make the plays. No choice. Stop those shotguns. Hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. TBS in hand, and you got Elementrix stuck with the AUG, trying to make a play for his team.
Romeo on the outside. We said that AGL needed a good game. KRX also. KRX went down in 16th, but now AGL looking for the Arena slowly falling, and now out. AGL Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves with the high. AGL underneath. Flower blooming from the desert floor.
Finding the angles, but he gets caught. Flower Age takes away that high ground position, and it's
AGL while
clutching the final chicken dinner here at the day 1 survival stage.
And they needed that game so badly, down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, getting them